Hello everyone, welcome to my channel W3 Runs. I am Janto and in this video I am excited to introduce you one of the most creative and fun area of web development, CSS Animation. These courses come with real-world animation projects that you can use with your websites. Now let's talk about the course structure, what basically we learn from this course. If I talk about the course structure, what basically we learn from it, we are going to start with CSS filters. Filter can play the vital role in CSS animation. Then we are going to learn CSS Transition. After that we are going to learn CSS 2D Transformation. Then we are going to learn CSS 3D Transformation. Then we are going to learn about CSS Perspective. After that we are going to learn CSS Transform-Style. And at last we are going to learn CSS Backface-Visibility. After cover all the properties, we are going to jump CSS transformation related project such as CSS button transformation projects, menu effect with transformation, then image effect with transformation and many more. These projects are based on CSS transform and transformation related properties, not keyframe. At that section we are going to cover total 15 different projects that we can understand the transformation properties. After that we are going jumping to the most important part of this tutorial. At that section we are going to learn how we can build keyframe, how we can use animation fill mode, iteration count and reaction property. Then at last we are going jump into the project section. Here I am going to cover 10 project related CSS keyframe animation. And these are the project I am going to cover in this tutorial. Rotating loading, driving car, text lighting effect, text rotor animation, animated button with CSS, then editable reflecting animated text, then animated button with CSS, CSS 3D wavy circle loader, and CSS 3D rotation animation. Before we start our practical journey, I would like to say this course is just tip of the iceberg. Let me introduce you something else. If you are interested to learn CSS and web animation, then I would like to introduce you this course. It is one of the most complete and project-based course on Udemy. It's come with 24 hours on demand video and till today we have 194 downloadable resources. You can access this course lifetime. Also after complete this course, you get this certificate. It's come with less than $10 on Udemy. If you use my coupon code, you can get this course at that price. As I told you, it is the complete course about CSS animation. In this course, we are going to learn CSS animation, SVG animation, JavaScript DOM-based animation, GSAP animation, and many more. It is completely hot and new course on Udemy. More than a 24-hour with tons of projects. I will provide the link at my description. Just check out for it once. So let's get started. Yes, CSS filter play a vital role in CSS animation. CSS filter come with different image effect and we have total 12 filter in CSS that we can apply it in any image. Our first effect is none. If you do not want to provide any effect, then you can use this value. Then we have blur, brightness, contrast, drop shadow, grayscale, hue rotate, invert, opacity, saturate, sepia and URL. We are going to learn all of these filters one by one. And remember, URL filter work with SVG images. Otherwise, there is no usage. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. As you can see, side by side, I opened my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using LiveServer extension. And as you can see, here we create a document named index.html. And in our HTML page, we have an image, image.jpg. It's a nature image with blue sky and green field. And also we style this image to make it responsive. Our image is completely responsive. And now I'm going to apply all the filters in this image. But at first, we need to create the selector for this image. So inside the style tag, I'm going to type image, img. I'm going to select the tag name. Then inside the curly braces, we can use our CSS properties. And now, here I'm going to use filter property. So I'm going to type filter. And at first, I want to use blur filter. So I select blur. and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see nothing because here we do not provide anything, any blur value. But if I pass any value in this round braces, suppose 5 pixel blur, then save this file, now you can see the result. As you can see, it blurred the whole image. And if you want to apply more blur, then you can increase the value. Suppose if I pass 10 and then save this file, you can see the result. But if you want to reduce the blur, then you can start from 1 pixel. And the default value of this filter function is 0. Now, let's talk about our next filter value, which is brightness. So I duplicate this line and comment out previous line. And I'm going to replace blur with brightness. This one. In brightness, 100 is the default value. And we need to pass brightness value in percentage unit. So I'm going to pass 100%. If I pass 100% and then save this file, as you can see, there is no changes. But if I increase the value, suppose 200 and then save this file, now you can see it increased the amount of light in this image. At the same way, if you want to reduce the brightness of this image, you need to pass below than 100%. Suppose 50%. If I save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, now it reduced the light of this image. And if you want to remove all the brightness from this image, you can pass 0%. And save this file, you can see the result. Now this image turned into black. And if you want to back to the normal, then pass 100%. Basically, using this filter, you can control the white light of this image. You can increase it, otherwise you can decrease it. Now let's talk about our next value, which is contrast. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one, and here I am going to replace brightness with contrast. If I pass 100% and save this file, as you can see, there is no changes because 100% is the default value of this contrast. Now the question is, what is the meaning of contrast? What can it do? Contrast is the visual ratio of different tone in an image. It refers to the difference between the brightest and darkest part of a photography, which create texture, highlight, shadow, color and clarity. And we can change the contrast value using this filter, contrast. At first, I am going to increase the contrast value of this image. So here I am to pass 200. If I set this file, you can see the result. This is how it applied to this image. It makes lighter portion more lighter and darker portion more darker. At the same way, if we reduce the contrast, suppose 50 and then set this file, you can see the opposite result. Now it's turned into grayish. And if I remove all the contrast from this image, then it's going to turn into gray. So if I remove it, make it 0 and then set this file, you can see the result. Now you can see all the pixel of this image turn into gray color. So for now, I'm going to pass 50%. Now let's talk about our next filter, which is drop shadow. So I duplicate this line and comment out previous one and replace contrast with drop shadow. This one, and I'm going to set this file. Drop shadow pretty similar with box shadow property of CSS. At first, we need to pass the horizontal shadow. Then we need to pass the vertical shadow. And to understand it better, I'm going to reduce the width of this container. So here I'm going to pass 80% and I'm going to set this file. Now, first I'm going to pass the horizontal shadow, 8 pixel. I want to apply 8 pixel. Then I'm going to pass a vertical shadow, which is also 8 pixel. Next, we need to pass the blurriness of this shadow. Suppose I'm going to pass 10 pixel. And if you want sharp shadow, then you can pass 0 pixel. But I want blur shadow. And also you can provide color of the shadow. Suppose I pass red color. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is what it creates. And if you want to adjust the horizontal distance, yes, you can. Suppose if I pass 18 pixel and then save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, now it increased the shadow from the horizontal position. At the same way, if you want to reduce the blurriness of this shadow, suppose I want to pass 1 pixel and then save this file. As you can see, now the shadow looks sharp. Also, you can provide minus values. for the x-axis and y-axis. Suppose if I provide minus 8 pixel for y-axis and then save this file, you can see the result. So this is what can do with drop shadow. Now let's talk about our next filter, which is grayscale. So I duplicate this line and comment out previous one, and I'm going to replace drop shadow with grayscale. Grayscale going to convert our image into black and white image. After save this file, as you can see, by default it convert this image into grayscale image. It convert this image into black and white image. Here you can set value between 0 to 100. If I pass 0% and then save this file, you can see the result. Now it's back to the color image. And if I make it 50% and then save this file, now you can see now this image is semi black and white. And if you make it complete black and white, just you need to pass 100%. Now again our image turn into full black and white image. Now let's talk about our next filter, which is hue rotate. So I duplicate this line and comment out previous line and replace grayscale with hue rotate. Now the question is, what is hue rotate? Basically it is work as a color picker, and here you can pass value between 0 degree to 360 degree. It's apply a hue rotation on the image. Suppose if I pass 200 degree, so I'll type 200 DEG degree and set this file, you can see the result. As you can see, after pass this value, it replaces the colors. It replaces green color with pink colors, and also it replaces blue sky with orange sky. And if I change the value, make it 100% and then set this file, you can see the different result. And if I make it 0 degree, then it's going to back to the default image. But and this time I'm going to pass 50 degree, and after set this file, you can see the result. And if I pass 360 degree and then set this file, again it back to the default position. Now let's talk about our next filter. So I duplicate this line. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line, and this time I'm going to apply invert filter. So I'm going to replace hue rotate with invert. Invert filter work as a camera negative. If you are familiar with old camera film, then you can understand it. And here you can pass value 0 between 100. If I make it 100%, then it's going to completely invert this color. Let me show you. After save this file, this is what it look. So this is what can do with this filter. Now let's talk about our next filter called opacity. So I duplicate this line and comment out previous one, and I'm going to replace invert with opacity. Using this filter, we can control the transparency. We can control the transparency of this image. If any element behind an image, then you can see the element through the image. If we reduce the opacity, suppose if you want to make this image semi-transparent, for that, here you need to pass 50% opacity. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now this image becomes semi-transparent. And if you want to make it fully transparent, just you need to pass 0% and you need to set this file. As you can see, our image is completely vanished. And if you make this image opaque, for that you need to pass 100%. Now this image is fully visible. Now let's talk about another filter, which is saturation. So I duplicate this line and comment out previous one and replace opacity with saturation. This one, saturate. Saturate basically going to enhance the color of this image. And 100% is the default value of this saturate. If I make it 100% and save this file, you can see there is no changes in this image. But if I increase the value to 100% and save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, it saturates the image. You can notice it enhances the color of this image. If I make it 300% and then save this file, you can see more enhancement in colors. And if I make it below than 100%, suppose 50%, and then save this file, now you can see it reduce the color from this image and make it desaturate. And if you want to remove all the color, you can pass 0%. It's going to make this image black and white. It means it removes all the color from these pixels. Now let's talk about the next filter, sepia. So I duplicate this line and comment out previous line and replace saturate with sepia, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the default result. This is what it applies in this image. 0% is the default value of this filter. If I make it 0% and then save this file, you can see the image. You can see the color image. And if I make it 100% and then save this file, you can see the result. Next we have another function, otherwise another filter, which is URL. And I'm not going to use URL in this tutorial because URL work with XML files such as SVG file. It work with SVG filters, so we are going to learn it later. Without it, we have another value, which is none. If you apply none, then it's going to show you the default image. It's not going to apply any filter. And it's going to remove all the effects from this image. And if you want to apply multiple filters at once, yes, you can. Let me show you how. For that, you need to type filter and first I want to apply blur. Blur, I want 2 pixel blur. Then I want to apply hue rotate. Hue rotate and I want to pass 100 degree. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is what it look. And if you want to increase the saturate of this image, yes, you can. At the same time, I want to increase the saturate. So I type saturate 200%. If I save this file, you can see the changes. So this is how you can apply multiple filters at once. So this is it for this tutorial. At the next tutorial, we are going to talk about transition. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Good to see you back, guys. This is another tutorial related CSS animation. And today in this tutorial, we are going to learn CSS Transition. We are going to talk about transition properties. Now, what is transition? Basically, transition stands for smoothness. It's going to provide smoothness effect. Suppose you want to change shape of an element when you hover on it. In that case, if you hover your cursor on this element, instantly it's going to change the shape. Suppose this is an element and when I hover my finger on this element, as you can see, instantly it's changed the size. But if I set transition and hover my finger this time, now you can see it took little time to change the shape. So this is called transition. Now let me show you some other examples. As you can see, we have total 5 different div elements. And as you can see, inside the first div element, we type color transition. So if I hover my cursor on this div element, as you can see, now this color, this light blue color turn into light red color. At the same way, our next div element is for size transition. So if I hover my cursor on this element, as you can see, it increased the size of this element. At the same way, our next transition is for rotation transition. If I hover my cursor on this element, as you can see, it rotates the element. Our next one is for opacity. If I hover my cursor on it, as you can see, it reduces the opacity of this element. And the last one is for text spacing transition. If I hover my cursor on this element, it's going to provide space between these letters. Basically, I want to say you can use transition with any other properties such as color, size, rotation, opacity, text spacing, and many more. And transition provides smoothness all of these elements. And if we do not use transition, instantly it's going to rotate this element. You cannot experience the rotation. Now let's talk about the properties that we can use it with transition. So these are the properties that we can use with transition, such as transition, transition property, transition duration, transition delay, and transition timing function. We use transition property for one-liner. If you want to use all of these properties in a single line, then you can use transition property. Using transition property, we can select in which property I want to add the transition. Suppose width, height, opacity, etc. And then we need to define transition duration. Using it, we can define for how much time I want to run the animation. Next we have transition delay. It's going to specify a delay for the transition effect. Then we have transition timing function. It's going to specify the speed curve of the transition effect. And it's come with some inbuilt effect such as fast, slow. Basically I want to say ease, linear, ease in, ease out in, step start, and many more. Now let's start the practical and see how we can apply this property. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So inside this HTML page we have a div tag with ID name box, and also I style this box. Here we set width 150 pixel and height 150 pixel. Also we set background color pink, and you can see the result in my browser. At first I'm going to create a hover selector for this box. So I'm going to create this procedure selector. So I'm going to target the box hashtag box colon. I'm going to target hover. I'm going to use hover selector. Then inside the curly braces I want to change the width of this box when I hover my cursor to this container. So I'm going to type width and I'm going to set it 300 pixel, and I'm going to set this fine. So if I hover my cursor on this box, as you can see, instantly it increased the width of this box. There is no transition to this animation. But if I use transition property, so first I'm going to use transition property, and here I'm going to select width. Here I select the width property because in our hover we extend the width. Then also we need to use another property called transition duration. So I'm going to type transition duration. Transition duration I want to use 2 seconds. Then I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I hover my cursor on this div element, you can experience the animation. You can experience the transition. Now it took total 2 seconds to complete the animation. Now if I increase the height of this box, then what? So in our hover selector, I'm going to type height. Height, I'm going to make it 300 pixel. Then I'm going to set this file. This time if I hover my cursor on this div element, it's going to add transition to this width property, not the height property. As you can see, it instantly increased the height of this box. But for the width, it adds the transition. And if you want to add height transition with the hover effect, in that case, after width, you need to provide height property. And I'm going to set this file. So after set this file, if I hover my cursor to this box, this time you can see it adds transition both the properties. Also you can add the different duration for different properties. Suppose for width I'm going to use total 2 seconds, and for the height I'm going to use total 4 seconds. So after comma I'm going to pass 4s, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I hover my cursor to this box element, as you can see, for height it take total 4 seconds, and for width it take total 2 seconds. At the same way, if you want to change the background color, so I'm going to select background property, background. Also I'm going to provide the duration. I'm going to pass 4 seconds. Then in our hover selector, I'm going to set background. I'm going to make it orange. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I hover my cursor to this div element, as you can see, with height and width transition, also it add background transition, and it take total 4 seconds to complete the background transition. As you can see, it turned pink to orange color. So we learned two property about transition, such as transition property and transition duration. Now let's talk about shorthand. How we can use shorthand, single liner. If you want to use both the property in a single line, for that we can use the shorthand. So I'm going to comment out both the lines and I'm going to use property called transition. At first we need to provide in which property we need to use the transition. In our case, width, height and background. So I copy the property's name and I'm going to paste it here. Then after space, we need to provide the duration times. So I'm going to copy these durations and I'm going to paste it here. Now if I save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the same result. So one-liner worked perfectly. Just you need to remember, first you need to pass the properties name, then you need to pass the durations, and between them you need to use space, not the comma. And if you want to target all of this property at once, for that let me show you. I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. This time you can type all. This time it's going to select all the properties which is in this box element. And also we need to pass only one duration time. Suppose I use 2 seconds for all the properties and I'm going to set this file. If I set this file and hover my cursor on this element, you can see the result. Within 2 seconds, it's going to apply all the transition for width, height and background. So this is it for this video. And the next part of this video, we are going to talk about CSS transition timing functions and how can we use these values. So thank you, see you soon. Now let's talk about CSS transition timing function. Using it, you can control the smoothness. You can make it slow, otherwise fast. And these are all inbuilt value that we can use it with transition timing function. Our first value is it's the default value. It start slow and then it get fast, and after that again it end slowly. So it starts slow, then it get fast and end slowly. Next we have linear. It follow the same speed from start to end. Then we have easy. It starts slow, then it get the normal speed. And the opposite way we have ease out. It start normally, but when it time to end, then it gets slow. Then we have easing out. At start and end it becomes slow, and at middle position it get the normal speed. Then we have steps. Here you can create how many steps you want to create. For this example we use 4 steps. Before reach the end, it's going to follow the 4 steps. At last we have cubic Bezier. Here in 4 steps you can define your own value. Here you can assign different transition in different steps. Suppose in 25% you can speed the animation, at 50% you can slow the animation, at the same way at 75% you can define your own speed, and at the 100% you can define different value. Now let me clear the concept practical. As you can see, here we open a website named cubic-bezier.com. Here you can experience each value in real time. At first, I am going to set the duration. I am going to make it 2.5, otherwise I am going to make it 3 seconds. So our transition duration is 3 seconds. And as you can see, for the blue one, here we use is transition. And as you know, in ease, it starts slow, then it gets fast, and again it ends slowly. You need to notice the blue color box. But before I am going to increase the duration more, I am going to make it 10 seconds, otherwise you cannot experience it. As you know, as is, if I run this code, it's going to start slow, then it's going to get the normal speed, then again it's going to slow. And it's going to end the animation. And at linear, it's going to follow the same speed from start to end. So if I press the go button, you can notice it follows the same speed. It took 10 seconds to complete the transition. And if I select is in, at first it's going to start slow, then it follow the normal speed. If I press go button, as you can see, first it's going to start slow, then it's going to reach the normal speed. At the opposite way, we have is out. If I select and press go button, then at first it's going to reach the normal speed, then it's going to end slowly. Let me show you. So if I press go, first it's going to reach the normal speed, then it's going to end slowly. And then we have is in out. As you know, it starts slow and ends slow, but at middle position it get the normal speed. So if I run this transition, it starts slow, but at middle it going to get the normal speed. Then again it end slowly. So as you can see, again I create another HTML file name index_timing_function.html. At first, inside the body tag, I am going to create multiple div element, and here I am going to type div, and also I am going to assign id equal to div1. Then I duplicate this div multiple times. But before, here I am going to assign a text. This is for linear. Then I duplicate this div element. This one is for is. Also, I am going to change the ID number. This is div ID 2. Then I duplicate this line, and this time this is div ID 3, and I am going to replace is with is in dash in. Then again I am going to duplicate this line, and this time I am going to type is out, and this is div number 4. Then I duplicate this line, and this is div number 5, div ID 5, and here I'm going to assign is in out, is in out, and I'm going to sub this 5. So we create total 5 div element, and also I assign different ID to these div elements. Then inside the head tag, I'm going to use style tag, style. Then inside the style tag, first I'm going to design this div element. I'm going to style the div element. So I'm going to type the ID name div. Inside these curly braces, first property I'm going to use width. Width, I'm going to set it 100 pixel. Next, I'm going to set height, and I'm going to set height 50 pixel. Then I'm going to set background, and I'm going to set it red. Next, I'm going to set color, font color, and I'm going to set font color white. And then I'm going to set font weight, and here I'm going to assign font weight bold. At last, I'm going to add transition, and I want to assign transition to our width property. So I'm going to type width. Then also I'm going to define transition duration, which is 2 seconds. Then I'm going to create a hover procedure selector. So I'm going to type div :hover. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to extend the width. So I'm going to type width, and I'm going to make it 300 pixel, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. If I hover my cursor any of this element, as you can see, it extends the width of this element. And also you can notice the transition. Now, one by one, I am going to assign different transition function values to these div elements. So here, first I am going to select hashtag div1. Then inside the curly braces, I am going to use the property. The property name is transition timing function, and here I am going to assign linear. Then I duplicate this line, and I am going to select div2. At div2, I want to assign transition timing value is. Then I am going to assign at div3, here I am going to assign is in. Next, after duplicate this line, at div4, I am going to assign is out. At last, I'm going to assign at div5 is in out, this one, and I'm going to set this file. Now, after set this file, if I hover my cursor on these elements, you can experience the transition timing values and their speeds, and you know the process. Now, let's talk about other transition timing values such as step start, steps end, steps, and cubic bezier. And I'm going to start with steps. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code Editor. So again, I'm back to my old HTML documents, index.html, and here I'm going to type transition timing function, and I'm going to use step value, steps. Here we can perform the animation in steps. Suppose in steps I'm going to type 4. So we are going to complete our animation in 4 steps. Now if I set this file and hover my cursor on this element, it's going to complete the animation in 4 steps. Let me show you. So if I hover my cursor on it, as you can see, it completes the animation in 4 steps. So this is what it can do. It is up to you in how many steps you are going to complete this animation. You can add 6, 8, 12, whatever you want. Also here you can pass another parameter, start, otherwise end. After pass the number, after pass the step, you can pass start. Also you can pass end. The second parameter is the optional parameter. I not found proper usage of it. Then we have 2 other values, step start and step end. Now let's see how we can use it. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one, and here I'm to pass transition timing function step start, this one. If I set this file and hover my cursor on this element, in a single step it's going to complete the animation. Let me show you. As you can see, when I hover my cursor on it, in a single step it completes the animation. And then I'm going to apply step end. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one, and here I'm going to type step end. If I set this file and hover my cursor on it, it's not going to run the animation instantly. Here it's going to complete 2 seconds, then it's going to start the animation. So whenever I hover my cursor on it, as you can see, it's going to wait for 2 seconds. And after 2 seconds, it's going to complete the animation. It's going to start the transition from the end. So after wait for 2 seconds, it's going to start it. So this is it for this tutorial. At the next part of this tutorial, we are going to cover the last value, which is cubic bezier. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Nice to see you back, guys. This is the last part of this property, transition property. And in this video, we are going to learn transition delay and our last transition timing function, which is cubic bezier. So let's start the practical. Now here, I am going to use our last transition timing function, cubic bezier, this one. Here you can define your own values in the cubic bezier function. Possible values are numeric values from 0 to 1. So you can take value between 0 to 1. You cannot take more than one value. Suppose for our first value, I am going to take 0.25, comma, for our second value, I am going to take 0.1. For the third value, I am going to take 0.25 again. And at the last value, here I am going to use 1. If I set this file and hover my cursor on this element, you can feel the transition. Now it's look more smoothly. Basically, cubic bezier curve is defined by 4 points, P0, P1, P2, P3. P0 and P3 are the start and end point. In CSS, these points are fixed as the coordinates are ratio. For your better understand, let's back to the cubic bezier side. As you can see in this side, we have a cubic bezier curve. If I move this curve, as you can see, it provides some values such as 0.17, 0.67, 0.74, 0.73. These are all cubic Bezier value. From here you can control the smoothness of your transition. If you make it single straight line, let me show you, then run this cubic Bezier code in 1 second duration, you can see the effect. This is how our transition are going to work. And if you change it and use this value and then run this code, now you can experience this animation. So according to your needs, it's going to give you more control over it. Now let's talk about our last property, which is transition delay. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one, and here I'm going to use the value called linear, and also I'm going to use our last property, transition delay. Transition delay, and I want to delay our animation, our transition for 3 seconds, and I'm going to set this file. This time if I hover my cursor on this element, it's going to wait for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, it's going to run the animation. So whenever I hover my cursor on it, as you can see, it waits for 3 seconds. Then it start the animation. It start the transition. So this is the usage of this property, transition delay. Now let me show you how we can use all of this in a single line. I want to say one-liner. So I'm going to comment out these 2 lines. Then we need to back to this transition property. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line, and here, and as you can see here, we select all the properties. I want to say with height and background. Then we need to pass the duration. After pass the duration, we need to pass transition timing function. Suppose I'm going to use linear. Then after space, we need to pass the last property, which is transition delay value, and I'm going to use 2 seconds. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I hover my cursor on it, now you can see after 2 seconds it's going to start our transition, and it's work as linear way. Also, it take 2 seconds to complete the transition. So this is how we can use this one-liner. I hope now it's clear for you how we can use this property. And one thing you need to remember, if you do not assign the property, such as if you do not provide the pink background color, then our transition not going to work as well as you think. Suppose if I remove width, so I comment out this line and save this file. Now if I hover my cursor on it, you cannot understand, otherwise experience the transition, because you need that property and value to experience the transition. If you do not declare it, then you cannot apply it. And it is not mandatory that you can use transition only with the hover effect. Also, you need to remember one thing. You can apply transition with other pseudo classes. Suppose instead of using hover, we can use active. Also, before I save this file, I am going to make transition duration 1 second and delay 1 second. Otherwise, I am going to remove this delay. I don't need this delay. And I am going to save this file. After save this file, if I hover my cursor on this element, as you can see, now our hover selector is not activate. So it's not going to start our animation, otherwise transition. But if I press click on it, as you can see, it start the animation. And if I release it, it's going to back to the normal position. Again, if I click on it, and it start the animation. So when our div element is active, it start the transition. So this is how we can use transition with other pseudo classes. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. At the next tutorial, we are going to talk about 2D transformation. So stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related CSS animation. And today in this tutorial, we are going to talk about transform. Especially in this tutorial, we are going to talk about 2D transformation. We are going to learn transformation in 2 sections, 2D and 3D. Particularly in this section, we are going to cover 2D transformation. But before I start it, let me show you some demonstration. What is that? As you can see in this website, These are the example of 2D transformation, such as rotate. If I hover my cursor on this element, as you can see, it's rotate the element. Then we have scale, and you already familiar with that. If I hover my cursor on it, as you can see, it scale up the element. Then we have translate. If I hover my cursor to this element, it's going to move this element to another position. And this one the example of skew. If I hover my cursor on it, you can see the result, how it's look. Now let's talk about 2D transform values. These are the values that we can use it with 2D transform. We have total 12 value in 2D transformation. It starts with rotate. Then we have translate values. Next we have scale values. Then we have skew values and matrix values. At last we have none value. And using matrix, you can use all the values at once. And the default value is none. If you don't want to use any transform, then you can use none. Now let's start the practical and see how we can use it. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already create an HTML document named index.html. Here you can see in our HTML page we have a div element and we set width 250 pixel and height 150 pixel. And we set a background color and add little margin. Now let's use the transform property, but before I'm going to increase the margin at left and right. I'm going to make it 100 pixel and I'm going to set this file again. Then I'm going to use transform property, transform. Transform, the first value I'm going to use called rotate, this one. Here inside the round braces we need to pass value in degrees. Suppose I'm going to pass 30 DEG, 30 degree, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it rotated our element 30 degree. At the same way, if you want to rotate it up to 90 degree, just you need to pass 90 and you need to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. This time it rotated this element at 90 degree angle. And if I pass any text inside this div element, suppose inside this div box, I'm going to type hello world. And if I save this file, you can see also it rotated the text. Basically, it can rotate everything which is inside this element. It could be another div element, otherwise text, horizontal line, whatever element you use, it's going to rotate all of this. And remember, here also you can pass negative values. Suppose if I pass minus 90 degree and then save this file, this time you can see the result. It opposite the element. Now it rotated the element in opposite direction. If I make it 60 degree, now it would be more clear for you. And if you want to flip this element, suppose if I pass 180 degree and then save this file, you can see the result. This time it rotated this element at 180 degree. That's why it flipped the element. For now, I'm going to make this one 30 degree and I'm going to save this file. Now let's talk about another property, which is transform origin. And before we learn about other transform values, we need to learn about transform origin. Now what is transform origin? Now how transform origin work in CSS? As you can see in this example, here we create a div element. And we know how we can rotate this element. But whenever we rotate this element, it's going to rotate this element from this point, from the middle point of this element. Every time it's going to rotate the element from the center position. From the x-axis it take the center value, also from the y-axis it take the center value. But using transform origin property we can define the origin point of the transformation. Suppose this time I want to rotate this element from the left top corner, from this corner. In that case, in our transform origin property we need to type left top. And if you want to rotate this element from this point, in that case you need to type left bottom corner. Then if you want to rotate this element at that corner, in that case you need to type right bottom. And at the same way you can select right top corner. This time it's going to rotate this element from this corner. Now let me show you the demonstration in practically. So again I am back to my Visual Studio Code. For now I'm going to pass 0 degree and I'm going to save this file. This is the default position of this element. We do not rotate this element. Now let's create a hover selector. But before I'm going to create the hover selector, I'm going to add transition. Transition transform. I want to add the transition in transform property. Then I'm going to set the duration. I'm going to set it 0.5 second. And our transition timing function is this one. Next, I'm going to create a hover selector. So here I'm going to type @box : hover. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to copy this line, transform property. So I copy this line and remove from here. And I'm going to put it inside this hover selector. And now I'm going to increase the rotation value. So here I'm going to type, for now I'm going to type 30 degree. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I hover my cursor on this element, now you can notice it's going to rotate this element at this center point. You can notice it. At the center point, it rotates the element. But now I decide I want to rotate this element from the bottom right corner, from this corner. And to define the origin position of this transformation, you need to use the property called transform origin, this one. And as you know, we are going to rotate this element from the x-axis. I'm going to select right, and from the y-axis I'm going to select bottom corner, bottom. And if I save this file and hover my cursor on this element, this time you can notice it's going to rotate this element 30 degree at that position, at that corner. Let me show you. So I'm going to hover my cursor on this element. You can notice the result. At the same way, if you want to change the corner position, suppose this time you want to select left bottom, left bottom, and then set this file. If I hover my cursor on it, you can see the result. Now from the left bottom corner, it rotated the element 30 degree. And remember, also you can take percentage, otherwise pixel value, to select the origin point. Suppose you want to rotate this element from that position. In that case, you can take pixel value, otherwise percentage value. Suppose from the x-axis you take 20% and from the y-axis you take 30%. So it's going to create the origin position at that place. So it can rotate this element from this point. So let me show you the demonstration. So for now, I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. And now from the x-axis, I'm going to take 20%. And from the y-axis, I'm going to take 50%. 50%. Also, I'm going to change the rotation angle. So I'm going to make it 16 degree. And I'm going to save this file. This time, if I hover my cursor on this element, you can notice the result. Now, it rotates this element at that position from this point. If I make it 30%, let me show you, and then save this file, you can see the different result. Also, you can define the origin value in pixels. It is up to you how can you use it. So this is it for this tutorial. In that section, we learn about rotate value and transform origin property. At the next section, we are going to start skew. How can I use these values? Hello guys, nice to see you back. This is the another tutorial related to the transformation, and we are going to start that section with skew values. Skew, skew x and skew y. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can apply this value. So as you can see, here I open my previous HTML document where we learn transform rotate property. And also we learn transform origin. So the first property, I am going to use skew x property. So I'm going to type inside the hover selector transform skew x, this one. Then inside the run braces, here I'm going to pass 60 degree DEG. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I hover my cursor on this element, you can see the result. At x-axis direction, it skew this element 60 degree. If I reduce it, for now I'm going to make it 30 degree and hover my cursor on it. you can experience the skew at x-axis direction. Also, you can pass negative value if you want to skew this element at that angle, at that side. Suppose if I pass negative 30 degree and set this file and hover my cursor on it, you can see the result. Now you can notice it skew the element at opposite direction, opposite angle. At the same way, if you want to skew this element at y-axis, just you need to pass y here. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. And here I'm going to replace x with y. X with capital Y. Then I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I hover my cursor on this element, you can see the result. Now it skew this element at y-axis direction. And if you want to change the angle direction, for that you need to use positive value plus 30. So I'm going to remove the minus sign to make it positive, and I'm going to set this file. And this time if I hover my cursor on it, you can see the result. And if you want to use both the value together, I want to say x-axis and y-axis, for that you need to type, so I duplicate this line and comment out previous line. Here you need to type only skew property, only skew value. So I remove y, and here at first you need to pass x-axis value, in our case 30 degree, and then you need to pass y-axis value. So for y-axis I want to use 20 deg, and I'm going to save this file. This time if I hover my cursor on this element, you can notice the result. Now it skew this element horizontally and vertically together. Now let's talk about the next value, translate. How we can use translate, translate x, translate y. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code again. Before I use translate value, first I'm going to take a paragraph. So here I'm going to take a paragraph using p tag. So I'm going to type p, then inside this p tag I'm going to type lorem, and I'm going to add 150 word, this amount of word, and I'm going to save this file. Then also I'm going to take paragraph below the div tag. So here I'm going to type p tag, and I'm going to take lorem, and I'm going to pass 100 word, and I'm going to save this file. Then I'm going to reduce the margin. I'm going to reduce the margin amount, so I'm going to make it 50 pixel from up and down and 50 pixel from left and right, and I'm going to set this file. I think if I remove the complete margin, that would be great, so I comment out this line. I don't need margin for that. Now let's apply the translate value. So I'm going to comment out this line, but before I comment out, I duplicate this line and I comment out previous line, and this time here I'm going to type translate value, translate, this one, and first we need to provide x-axis value, then we need to provide y-axis. So here I'm going to pass, I want to move it at x-axis direction 50 pixel and y-axis direction also 50 pixel, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I hover my cursor on this element, you can see the result. This is how it's work. Also you can use negative value here. Suppose for y-axis I use minus 50 and save this file, and if I hover my cursor on this element, you can see the result. This time it going upward. Now let's talk about next value, which is translate x. If you want to move this element only x-axis direction, you can use translate x. So I duplicate this line and comment out previous line, and here I'm going to use translate x, and inside the round braces we need to pass only one value. Suppose in our case I'm going to pass 100 pixel, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I hover my cursor on this element, now you can notice it moved this element 100 pixel at x-axis direction. Also you can pass negative value, but I'm not going to use it here. Then I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. This time I'm going to apply translate y if you want to move this element at y-axis direction. So here I'm going to type translate y 100 pixel, and I'm going to save this file. And if I hover my cursor on this element, you can see the result. if I hover my cursor on it, it moves this element at y-axis direction. And if you want to move it upward, then you can use minus values, negative values. Now let's start with scale value. At first I'm going to comment out this line, but before I comment out, I duplicate this line, and here I'm going to type scale. And here you can use various type of units, but for now I'm going to pass only 2. So after set this file, if I hover my cursor on this element, you can see the result. It scale up this element total 2 times. Let's add a little margin to make it more clear. So here I'm going to uncomment the margin line, and all of the direction I'm going to provide nearly 150 pixel margin, and I'm going to save this file. Now if I hover my cursor on this element, you can experience this scale. If I provide 5 here, then it's going to scale this element total 5 times. But you can notice whenever I scale this element, it scale the element from the center origin. But if I change the transform origin position, let me show you. Here I'm going to type left bottom and set this file and hover my cursor on this element. Now you can see, now it scales this element from this corner, this position. And if you want to scale this element only from the x-axis direction, yes, you can. Just you need to pass scale x. This time, if I hover my cursor on it, now you can notice it scales this element only from the x-axis direction. And the same way, you can scale the element from the y-axis direction. If I pass y here and save this file, you can notice the result. Now it scales this element from the y-axis direction. Now let's talk about our last property, matrix. In matrix method, here you can use all 2D transformation values such as scale x, skew y, skew x, scale y, translate x, translate y. You can use all of it at once. And one important thing you need to remember, always you need to follow this sequence. First you need to type scale y, then you need to type skew y, then skew x, scale y, translate x and translate y. And you need to follow only this sequence. Now let's jump into the Visual Studio Code and see how we can apply it. So here first I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. Also I'm going to comment out transform origin. I don't need it for now. Then I'm going to replace scale y with matrix. This one. So total we need to pass 6 value here. So at first I'm going to pass scale x value. For now I'm going to pass 1. So I'm going to scale it 1 time. Otherwise 1.5. Then comma, we need to pass skew y, and for skew I'm going to pass minus 0.3. Then we need to pass skew x. For skew x I'm going to pass 0. Next we need to pass scale y. For scale y I'm going to use 1. And then we need to pass translate x. For translate x I'm going to pass 0. And for translate y also I'm going to pass 0. Now let's save the file and hover my cursor on this element and see what it creates. After hover my cursor on this element, as you can see, this is what it creates. I know it's quite difficult to understand. I don't find any proper usage of it. Now let's change the values. So I duplicate this line and comment out previous line. And here I'm going to type, suppose for the first value I'm going to pass 1. For the second value, skew y, I'm going to pass 2. For the third value, I'm going to pass 3. For the fourth value, I'm going to pass 4. For the fifth one is I'm going to pass 5. And for the last one, I'm going to pass 6. I know it's going to create a strange transformation. But if I hover my cursor on it, let me show you. As you can see, what it's going to return. This is what it creates after hover my cursor on it. So I'm not going to suggest you to use it in your project, because until you get mastery on transformation, please do not use it in your project. And one thing I forgot to say in my first tutorial, that we can use turn value instead of use degree in rotation. Let me show you. So I comment out this line and uncomment this line. And also I'm going to duplicate this line, and instead of using 60-degree value, I'm going to use turn value. Let me show you how. So here I'm going to type 0.5 turn, and we don't need to provide any space between it, so I'm going to pass 0.5 turn. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this element, as you can see, still it's work. So if I reduce the value 0.25 turn and hover my cursor on it, now you can see it rotates the element 90 degree. If I make it 5, then it's going to rotate the element 180 degree. And if I make it 75, then it's going to rotate the element 270 degree. I forgot to mention this unit in my first tutorial. So instead of using degree value, also you can use turn value. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. At the next tutorial, we are going to start 3D transformation. Hey guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with another tutorial related CSS animation. And today in this tutorial, we are going to learn a new property, Transform 3D. We are going to learn 3D transformation in this section. In our previous tutorial, we already learned about 2D transformation. But in this tutorial, we are going to cover 3D transformation. Now let's talk about the values we have in Transform 3D. So these are these values that we can use with Transform 3D, such as rotate X, rotate Y, rotate Z, rotate 3D, translate Z, translate 3D, scale 3D, scale Z, perspective, and matrix. And at last we have none value. In our previous tutorial, we already covered translate X and translate Y, but at that section we are going to learn translate Z. And then we have translate 3D. Here we can use X-axis, Y-axis and Z-axis together. At the same way we have scale 3D, scale Z, perspective. And at last we have matrix 3D. If you want to use all the values at once, then you can use it. Now let me show you some examples how transform 3D value look like. So as you can see in this example, here we use different transform values, transform 3D values. This is the example of our first value, rotate X. If I hover my cursor on it, you can see the result. This is how it's rotate. Then we have rotate Y. If I hover my cursor on it, this is how it rotate. Here you can notice the opposite portion of this element. Suppose this is our div element and I am going to rotate this div element at x-axis direction. So it's going to rotate this element at that way. And this is the example of rotate Y. If I hover my cursor on this element, you can experience this rotation. And it's going to rotate this div element at that way. At last, we have rotate Z-axis. If I hover my cursor on it, you can experience this rotation. This is how it rotates. It's going to rotate this element at Z-axis like that way. But without perspective, you cannot experience 3D rotation, such as if we use perspective with rotate X value and hover my cursor on this element, as you can see, this is how it rotates. At the same way, if I hover my cursor at rotate Y with perspective, this is how you can experience how rotate Y rotate this element. So without perspective, we cannot create any 3D object in CSS. So let's start the practical with rotate X value. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And in this HTML document, first we create a base div. Then inside this base div element, here we create a box div. And in this box div element, here we type hello world. Now, in our base div, here we set background color gray. And in our box div element, here we set background color tomato. If I comment out this line, here you can see the base div background color. So I'm going to uncomment this line for now, and I'm going to save this file again. So in this child div element box, I'm going to apply all the transform properties. So let's start with transform rotate X. So I'm going to type transform, this one, and here I'm going to type rotate X, this one. And inside the round braces, here I'm going to pass the angle value. Here I'm going to rotate this element 180 degree. So I'm going to type 180 DEG, and I'm going to save this file. If I save this file, here you can see the result. Here you can see it flipped this element. That's why our text characters look like that. It's look like upside down. Here you can use transition and hover effect to understand it better. And now I'm going to rotate this element 90 degree. Let me show you. So I'm going to pass 90 here, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, here you can see nothing. Now the question is, why we can't see anything on it? Why it disappeared? No, it is not disappeared. Can you see my face? No, you can see my face because of this object. But if I rotate this object at 90 degree at x-axis direction, let me show you. This time you can see my face. Because after rotate this element 90 degree, you can see the edge of this element. But also you can see the other element which is behind on it. In our case, my face. Same thing is happening here. If I change the degree value, if I make it something 60 degree and then save this file, now you can see the element again. But the problem is here you cannot experience the 3D view. For that you need to use perspective. If we use perspective, then you clearly enjoy the rotation, 3D rotation of this element. So with rotate X, here I'm going to type perspective, this one. And here I'm going to set perspective 800 pixel, px. We need to use this value before the rotate X value. So I'm going to copy, otherwise cut this section, and I'm going to paste it before the rotate X. And I'm going to save this file. If I save this file, here you can enjoy this rotation. This is how 60 degree rotate X look like. If I make it 90 degree again, let me show you, then again you cannot see anything on it. And you know that why it's happened. So for now, here I'm going to type 30 degree. And I'm going to save this file. Now you can notice, after apply the perspective, the inner div element, I want to see the child div element go outside from the base div element. And you can control this perspective using this value. If I reduce it, suppose 200 pixel and then save this file, this is how it look like. Now you might have question, what is going on here? Why it's look like that? Basically it's mean, now you observe this object only 200 pixel distance. That's why it look like that. Suppose this is the object and I rotate this object 30 degree at x-axis direction, something like that. But you can observe this object at 800 pixel distance. Now you change the perspective value. Now you make the perspective value 200 pixel. It means you are getting closer to this element. Now it's look like that from the 200 pixel distance. You can compare it with the movie screen. If you come closer, it's look bigger. And if you see the movie screen from the distance, it looks smaller. Here we can apply the same effect using perspective. Don't worry, we are going to create a separate tutorial for the perspective to understand it better. Now you can notice it rotates the element center of this element from the x-axis direction. Basically, I want to say for now it rotate this element from that position, this center position, that way. But I want to rotate this element from that origin, from the bottom, like that way. So we already learned about a property called transform origin. So I'm going to type transform origin. And here I am going to change the transform origin of this element. This time I want to rotate this element from the bottom. So I'm going to type bottom here. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, here you can see the result. If I rotate this element from the bottom origin, this is how it's look like. We already know about transform origin property in our previous tutorials. So I'm not going to explain you how it's work. Now let's talk about the next value, rotate Y. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. And this time here I'm going to type, I'm going to replace rotate X with rotate Y, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look like. But here I'm going to remove the transform origin. If I comment out this line and this time I'm going to save this file, this is how it's look. Now you can notice this time it rotate the element from the Y axis, this axis, horizontally. And if I increase the perspective, suppose 800 pixel again, and save this file, this is how it's look like. And if you want to change the transform origin of this rotation, yes you can. Just into type transform origin property, and this time I want to rotate it from the left side, left, and I'm going to set this file. This is how it look like if I change the transform origin of this rotation. But if I make it right, it's look very strange. And set this file, this is how it's look like. By default, rotate Y, rotate this element like this way. But if I change the origin position, suppose right side, this is my right side, and this time it's going to rotate this element like this way. At the same way, if I change the origin position, this time it's going to rotate this element like this way. The same thing is happening here in this example. Now let's talk about rotate Z value. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. Also I'm going to comment out this line transform origin. And here I'm going to replace rotate Y with rotate Z. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look like. From the center position, it's rotate this element. And if you want to change the origin of this rotation, just you need to type, suppose here I'm going to type bottom. I want to rotate this element from this corner, bottom right, right bottom. And then set this file. Here you can see the result. This time it rotated this element from this corner. So this is how rotate Z work. And remember, instead of using degree value, also you can use turn value, such as 0.2 turn, 1 turn. Also you can define radius value here, RAD, but I'm not going to suggest it. So this is it for this tutorial. At the next part of this tutorial, we are going to learn translate, 3D translate. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. So this is the another tutorial related 3D transformation, and we are going to start this tutorial with translate Z value. We already learned about translate X and translate Y in 2D transformation, but here we are going to learn translate Z. Now the question is how we can move object at Z-axis direction. As you know, at X-axis direction we can move our object like this way and that way. For Y-axis we can move this object like this way and that way. But for the Z-axis we can move this object like this way, moving forward, otherwise backward. If we apply perspective on it, on this element, this is how it's moved at Z-axis. So let's start the practical and see how we can apply it. So as you can see, I already opened my previous HTML document, index.html, and you know that here we create a base div element and then we create a box div element. In this box div element, we are going to apply the transformation. At first, let's apply translate Z property. So here I'm going to type translate Z, and I'm going to pass 200 pixel. After apply translate Z 200 pixel, as you can see, there is no changes. It is look as it is. And now I'm going to rotate this object at y-axis 60 degree like this way. So here I'm going to use rotate y. Rotate y and I'm going to pass 60 degree angle. After save this file, now you can notice how translate Z move this object. After rotate this element at 60 degree, I want to move this object at that way. Forward and backward. And to understand the rotation properly, we need to add perspective on it. If you do not add perspective in 3D transformation, then you are not able to understand any transformation. So here I'm going to type perspective, and for perspective I'm going to pass 800 pixel, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look like. Now let's move this element backward and forward. So I'm going to start with 0 pixel. This is the origin position of this element. Now if I try to move it backward, then we need to use negative value. Suppose minus 200, otherwise 20 pixel. After save this file, now you can see it move backward. And if you move it more backward, then you can increase the value. Suppose minus 60 pixel. And if you want to move it forward, then you need to pass positive values. Suppose this time I want to move it 100 pixel at z-axis direction. So after save this file, this is how it's moved. Remember, it translates the element from the behind, not from the x-axis direction. So this is how we can use translate Z value. Now let's talk about how can we use translate 3D value. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to remove all the values. And I'm going to use translate 3D, this one. Also we need to use perspective and rotation, because without it we cannot understand it. So I'm going to put perspective 800 pixel and rotation value, rotate y. And then I'm going to use translate 3D value. Here we can use 3 axes at once. I want to say x-axis, y-axis and z-axis. So for the x-axis I'm going to pass 50 pixel, and for the y-axis also I'm going to pass 50 pixel, and for now for z-axis I'm going to pass 0 pixel, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look. And if you want to move forward, you can pass positive value, otherwise if you want to move backward you can pass negative value. I want to move it forward, so I'm going to pass 100 pixel, and after save this file, this is how it's look like. So using this value, translate 3D, we can apply 3 axes at once. So this is how we can use this value. Now let's talk about scale value, scale 3D. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line, and I'm going to replace translate 3D with scale, scale 3D, this one. And I'm going to set this file. But before apply scale 3D, we need to learn scale Z. So I'm going to replace scale 3D with scale Z. And also I'm going to change the rotation value. Here I'm going to use, instead of y-axis, I'm going to use x-axis. And I'm going to set this file. And now I'm going to apply the default scale value 1, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how it's look like. It's the default value of scale Z property. But if I make it 2 means 2 times. After make it 2 times scale at z-axis direction, then I save this file. After save this file, there is no changes because we need to use this scale property before the rotation value. Here, if I save this file again, you can see the result. Now it scaled the element 2 times from the z-axis direction. And the same way, if I increase this scale value, if I make it 5 times, and after save this file, you can see the result. Now it 5 times scale this element from the z-axis direction. But if you do not rotate this element, otherwise do not provide a perspective on this element, you cannot understand it. You need both the value to apply the scale Z. Next we have scale 3D value. So I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous line, and this time I'm going to use scale 3D. From the x-axis I'm going to make it 2 times, and also from the y-axis I'm going to make it 2 times, and for the z-axis I'm going to make it 3 times. If I save this file, this is how it's look like. Here you can scale 3 axes at once, x, y, z. And then we have perspective value. We already learned something about this value. And at last we have matrix 3D. Here you can pass all the 2D and 3D value at once. And sometimes it's very difficult to control. So this is it for this tutorial. At the next tutorial we are going to cover perspective. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned.
Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial we are going to learn a new property, which is CSS Perspective. In our previous tutorials we already learned about it. But in this tutorial we are going to use it individually. But before we start the practical, let's see some examples. Here you can see this is the example of rotate X, and this is also the example of rotate X. But the difference is, for this element we use perspective, that's why it's provide 3D look. Similarly, this is the example of y-axis rotation. For our first example we do not use perspective, but for our second example we use perspective. That's why it's provide 3D look. If we use perspective, you can clearly see the rotation, and if we do not use perspective, you cannot understand the rotation. Let's try to understand it with more details. Suppose you are watching a projector screen from this point. You can say the distance and angle of point of view are called perspective. It will look bigger if you look closer, and if you look at it from a distance, it will look smaller. Let me show you the real demonstration. Suppose this is our div element. If you look at it closely, it will look bigger, and if you look at it from a distance, it will look smaller. This is called perspective. It looks small and big despite not being resized. I hope now it's clear for you. Perspective comes with another property, which is perspective origin. By default, it's come with center, but you can change the perspective where you want. Let's try to understand perspective origin with detail. Suppose this is your room. If you look at it from the center position, you can see all the walls and floor clearly. This is your top floor, this is your bottom floor, this is your right side wall, and this is your left side wall. And this is your background wall. But if you look at your room from the left up corner, I want to say from this corner, then you cannot see the left and top floor clearly. Similarly, if you look at your room from this position, means top position, then you cannot see the top floor clearly. You can see the bottom floor, background wall, right side wall, and left side wall, because your perspective origin position is top. Similarly, if you look at your room from the right top corner, you cannot see the right wall, and also your top floor is barely visible or not, because your perspective origin is right and top. But if you look at your room from the right side, by mistake I type right word in left position. If we use right side perspective origin, then you cannot see the right wall properly. You can see the background wall, you can see the bottom floor, you can see the top floor, and also you can see the left side wall. But your right side wall is not visible. And if you use bottom right perspective origin, then also you cannot understand the right wall. As you can see, also right wall is not visible. With that, bottom floor is rarely visible. Similarly, if you look at your room from the bottom position, then you cannot see the bottom floor properly. And if you look at your room from left bottom corner, then you cannot see the left wall. Also you cannot see the bottom floor completely. And if you used only left perspective origin, then you cannot see the left wall. You can see right wall, you can see background wall, you can see bottom floor, also you can see top floor, but you cannot see left wall. So these are all origin values. Also you can use percentage value with that. With perspective, you can change the perspective origin. So let's start the practical and try to understand how we can use perspective and perspective origin property. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser. using live server extension, and I already created a HTML document named index.html. And as you can see, there is a div element. And now I want to rotate this div element when I hover my cursor on this element. So here I'm going to use transform property. So I'm going to type transform, rotate X. And I want to rotate it up to 50 degree at x-axis direction. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the result. As you can see, it rotates our element, but it is not clear because we do not use any perspective value. In our previous tutorials, we used perspective as a transformation value, but now I'm going to use perspective property, and we need to use this perspective property in our base container, not the child container. So here we need to type perspective, and I'm going to pass perspective 800 pixel. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, now you can see the 3D look. In our previous tutorials, we used perspective as a transform value. Just you need to remember, perspective gives the element 3D look. And also you need to remember, if we use perspective property individually, then you need to use it in the parent container, not the child container. Now, let's change the perspective value. Suppose I'm going to pass 100. And as I told you earlier, decreasing the value of the perspective will make things look bigger. So if I hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the difference. Now it's look bigger because we watch this element very closely. That's why it's look bigger. In the opposite way, if we increase the perspective value 1200 pixel and then save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the result. Now you can see the smaller object. Because we know that an object looks small when we view it from a distance. And as you can see, now the distance is 1200 pixel. For now, I'm going to type 800 pixel perspective. So let's talk about perspective origin and how it's work. So at first, I'm going to call this property, which is perspective origin. Perspective origin. By default, x-axis value is center and y-axis value is center. So I'm going to type center and center here. Center, center. If I set this file and hover my cursor on this div element, as you can see, from the center point, it rotates our element. As you can see, there is no changes because this is the center position. At first, I'm going to use right value. Perspective origin, right. If I set this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the result. As you can see, our element doesn't overflow from the right side because now our perspective is right side. That's why we cannot see the right wall. Similarly, if we use left value, left, and set this file and hover my cursor on this div element, now you cannot see the left wall. And as you can see, our element not overflow from the left side, but it overflow from the right side. If we use any cube shape, then you can understand it properly. You can try all the origin value one by one. Not only that, you can use percentage value also. We are going to learn all of these when we are going to work with real projects. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn a new property related CSS animation. And the property name is Transform-Style. Basically, this property works with transform property. Let's learn more about it. The Transform-Style property specified how to nested elements are rendered in 3D space. And basically, this property comes with two values. Our first value name is flat. It specifies that child element will not preserve its 3D position. And this is the default value. And the main and important value is preserve 3D. Specifies that child elements will preserve its 3D position. Basically, I want to say, if we use preserve 3D value in parent element, then our parent element works like a 3D object. Let me show you the example. Here you can see that we have animated a child element. And as you can see, the smaller div element passing through the larger div element. And as you know, larger div our parent element. If we use preserve 3D value, then we can perform this kind of 3D effects. And if we do not use the preserve 3D value, let me show you. Now you can see our parent element do not act like a 3D element, and our child element cannot pass through the parent element. So that's the usage of transform-style property. Let me show you another example. Here you can see a parent div, and inside the parent div we have a child div. And I rotate our child div 40 degree at y-axis direction. And by default our parent div transform-style came with flat value. That's why our parent div do not act like a 3D object. But if we use transform-style property and use preserve 3D value, then our background div act like a 3D object, and our child div moving pass through the background element. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created a HTML document named index.html. And here you can see total 2 div element, parent element and our child element. We already rotate our child element 50 degree at x-axis direction, and I already use perspective property in our parent element, and I set perspective value 800 pixel. And now I want to rotate the parent div element, so I'm going to use transform property in our parent container. Transform, rotate y, and I want to rotate it 30 degree at y-axis direction, 30 degree. If I save this file, you can see the result. Yes, it's rotated our element, but it did not provide any 3D look because we do not use any transform style property. So I'm going to use transform style property. Transform style. By default, this property came with flat value, but I'm going to use preserve 3D value. If I save this file, now you can see the result. Now you can see our child element pass through the parent element. And you need to remember, you need to use this property in your parent container, not the child container. If I turn on my developer toolbar and select this element, as you can see, our transform rotate x value is 50 degree. Hey, this is our child element. And if I increase the rotation angle, you can see the transformation. And if I decrease the rotation angle, also you can see the transformation. Let's rotate the parent container. So I'm going to select parent container, and I'm going to rotate this parent container. If I rotate the parent container, you can see the 3D look. Now you can clearly see our child element pass through the parent element. So that's the usage of transform style property. Now let's change the transform origin of our child element. So I'm going to type transform origin, and I'm going to type bottom. If I save this file, now you can see the result. From bottom, it rotates our child element 50 degree. Let me show you clearly. If I increase the rotation value of parent element, you can see it clearly. As you can see, from bottom side, it rotates our element. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope now you understand what is the usage of transform style property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, welcome back. Once again, I'm come with a new tutorial, and in this tutorial, you are going to learn a new property, which is Backface-Visibility. You need to use this property with transform property. Before I start the practical, let's try to understand what is Backface-Visibility. The Backface-Visibility property defines whether or not the backface of an element should be visible when facing the user. Now the question is, what is backface? The backface of an element is a mirror image of the front face being displayed. Suppose inside this div element you type hello world. If I rotate it 180 degree, then you can see the backface of an element. And as you know, it mirrors your element. And also you can see the text reflection. This property is useful when an element is rotated. It lets you choose if the user should see the backface or not. Suppose you don't want to show the backface of an element. Using this property, you can control it. And our backface visibility property comes with two values, visible and hidden. Let me explain it with 3D object. As you can see on your screen, here is a 3D cube. If you use hidden value, then you cannot see the opposite part of this cube. But if you use visible value, then you can see the other part through this cube. This is the main difference of these two values. Let me show you another example. As you can see on your screen, there is two div element, and I use transform property both of this element. And as you can see, we use rotate y value. If I hover my cursor in our first div element, you can see the back face of our first element. It mirrors our text. But I don't want to show the back face when I rotate our element. So in this element, we use Backface-Visibility property. So if I hover my cursor, now you cannot see the back face of this element because we use hidden value for this one. So let's start the practical and try to understand how it's work. Side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Lifesaver extension. And I already created a HTML document named index.html. And as you can see in my browser, we have total two div element, container and box. And as I told you earlier, if you want to use Backface-Visibility property, then also you need to use transform property. So inside the hover selector, I'm going to type transform. Transform rotate y, and I want to rotate it 180 degree. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see it rotate our element, and also you can see the mirrored text. And now I'm going to use our new property, which is Backface-Visibility. So I'm going to type Backface-Visibility. First I'm going to use visible value. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the back face. But if I use hidden value, let me show you, and save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, now you cannot see the back face of this element. So that's the usage of Backface-Visibility property. So this is it for this tutorial. From the next tutorial, we are going to learn CSS animations. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial.
So this is our first project using CSS Transform properties. We are not going to use Keyframe to animate the element. So as you can see in this example, here we create a button. If I hover my cursor on this button, here you can see a beautiful button transition effect. So we are going to build today in this project. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code editor and see how we can create this project. So as you can see, I already opened my Visual Studio Code editor. And I already created a HTML file named index.html. Also we create another file style.css. And I already opened this website using my live server. So this is our website. It's completely blanked. Then let's back to the Visual Studio Code. At first, inside my body tag, I'm going to add an anchor tag A and href hashtag. So, and inside this anchor tag, I'm going to type hover me. Then I'm going to jump into the CSS file, style.css. I already linked this file with this HTML document. And here we are going to start this styling. At first, I'm going to target the body tag. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to assign height, and here I'm going to assign 100 VH. I want to place the anchor tag middle of this page, so I'm going to use display property. Display flex, justify content center. Also I'm going to use align items center. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I back to my browser, as you can see, it centered the text. It centered the anchor tag. Now I'm going to open my browser and my code editor side by side. So as you can see, here we open my browser and my code editor side by side for our convenience. So using flexbox, we centered this element middle of this page horizontally and vertically. Basically, it is nothing to do with animation. If you want to learn flexbox and grid, you can enroll my other courses. Now let's style the link. So I'm going to target this link using its tag name A, and inside the curly braces, first property I'm going to use text decoration. Text decoration none, and I'm going to set this file. If I save this file, as you can see, it's going to remove this underline from the text. After that, I'm going to assign a font color. So I'm type color and I'm going to assign black color. I want to use black color font for this example. Then I'm going to define the font family, and I want to use Arial font, Arial. After that, let's turn on the toggle wrap, view and word wrap. Then after that, I'm going to assign font size, and I want to assign 45 pixel font size, 45 pixel. Then I want to assign border, I want solid 5 pixel border, solid, and border color is black also, black. Then I want to define padding. From top and bottom, I'm going to define 40 pixel, and from left and right, I'm going to assign 80 pixel. At last, I will provide the position of this element. So I'm going to type position relative, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how our button look like. Now, in order to create nice green background, we need to use before pseudo element. And if you don't know any knowledge about pseudo elements it is allow us to create before the HTML element, otherwise after the HTML element using CSS. So I will select anchor tag, and here I'm going to use before pseudo class, before, then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to use a property called content, and it's an empty content. And to define the empty content, we need to use quotes, single quotes. After that, we need to define the position, and I'm going to use absolute. Also, we need to define the starting position, so I'm going to type left 0, and from the top also 0. So now we have our before pseudo element, and its position is top left corner of this link. So right now, before pseudo element is placed at top left corner of this link. Now let's add the background color. And instead of using green, I would like to go with kind of yellow color. I already copy a hexa value for this background color, and I'm going to paste it here. It's going to return kind of orange color. And then I'm going to assign height to this before pseudo element. Height 100%, and also next I'm going to assign width also 100%, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look like. So now you can see the before pseudo element appearing as a background color of this anchor tag, and also it take full width and height of this link. But the problem is, this background element hide the text of this anchor tag. Here we cannot see the hover me word. We can easily fix it. If I use this property z index, and if I use -1 value, then save this file. Now it resolved the problem. This text will show up again in front of this orange background. And now we need to rotate this yellow background clockwise from this direction. And we need to rotate it from the bottom left corner. So at first, we need to define the transform origin, from which position I want to transform this before pseudo element. So I'm going to type transform origin, and I'm going to provide the value bottom left from this corner. And then I'm going to use another property called transform, and I'm going to use rotate value. Rotate inside the round braces, I want to rotate it up to -90 degree. After save this file, this is how it's look like if I rotate this element -90 degree from that corner. And then I'm going to add a transition, transform, and I want to assign once again for this transition 1 second. I want to transition this transform property for 1 second. So it's going to complete the rotation in 1 second. Next, we need to create the hover selector. If I hover this element, then I want to rotate it up to 0 degree. For that, here I'm going to type, first I'm going to select the anchor tag, then I'm going to use hover selector, hover procedure class, hover. Then after that, I'm going to select the before procedure class, before. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use transform property again, transform, and again I'm going to use rotate value. This time I want to rotate this element up to 0 degree. I want to say I want to move this element to the original position. Now after save this file, if I hover over this link, you can see the result. As you can see, when I hover my cursor on this element, it rotates the before element 0 degree. So it's working. But the problem is we need to hide this orange background outside this box, outside this border area. It is very simple to hide this element. For that, you need to go and jump into the anchor tag selector, and here you need to use a property called overflow. Overflow hidden, and just you need to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Basically, it hides the element outside of this border area, but if I hover my cursor on this element, you can see the result. This time you can see this beautiful hover effect, hover button effect. This background is only visible only in this anchor tag area. Outside the anchor tag area, it's not visible because we hide this element. And if you want to change the position of this rotation, yes, you can. Let me show you how. But before, I'm going to uncomment this line because we need to understand how it's work. Now, this time I want to rotate this element from this corner, bottom right corner. So, instead of bottom left, I'm going to use bottom right. And I'm going to save this file. And now you can see whenever I hover my cursor on this element, this orange color element rotates from the bottom right corner. But if I change the value of rotation, if I make it 90 degree instead of using minus 90 degree and then save this file, you can see the different result. This time it's going to rotate this element from anti-clockwise. So if I hover my cursor on this element, you can see the result. And if I use the overflow property, overflow hidden, and save it again and hover my cursor on this button, you can see the result. So here we change the position of the rotation if I change the value of this transform origin and transform value. So this is how we can create this beautiful button hover effect without using animation. Just we use transitions, transition properties. Using transition and hover, we can do lot of things. So this is it for this tutorial. In our upcoming tutorial, we are going to cover lot of animation projects. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello everyone. In this project, we are going to create this beautiful nice swipe hover effect. So when I hover over this link, as you can see, a background swipe smoothly to this button and it's cover the button background. Also, it's change the button text color. And when I remove my cursor, again it's back to its own position. So let's see how we can create this beautiful hover effect. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. With that, I already include style.css file in this page. Basically, we are going to create a swipe hover effect button. So at first, in my body tag, I'm going to add an anchor tag A. And here I want to type hover me. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see in my page, by default, it places it here at left top corner. Next, we need to place this link at the middle of this page. For that, we need to go and jump into the style.css file. So here, I'm going to select the body tag, body, then inside the curly braces, I'm going to assign height to our body. Height 100 VH, 100 viewport height. and display. Here I'm going to use flex. Then justify content center, and also I'm going to use another property called align items center, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how it's look like. Now it tests the anchor tag horizontally and vertically middle of this page. Next, we need to make this link nicer. For that, I will target this anchor tag using its tag name A. Then inside the curly braces, at first I want to remove the underline from this anchor tag. For that, I'm going to use property called text decoration. Text decoration none. After that, I'm going to assign a color, and I want to assign a hexa value hashtag 3514 and 35 again. It's a kind of purple color. Then I'm going to assign font family, and here I'm going to assign Arial font. Next, I'm going to assign font size 40 pixel. After that, I'm going to assign border. I want 3 pixel solid border, and I'm going to use the same border color as font. So I copy the hexa value and I'm going to paste it here. Then I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how it's look like. And now we need to add padding in this anchor link. For that, I'm going to type padding. From top and bottom, I'm going to add 40 pixel. And from left and right, I'm going to add 80 pixel. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how it's look like. Also, we need to define a position. So, position I want to assign relative. Also, we need to assign transition, because without transition, we cannot animate this button. So I'm going to type transition, and I'm going to add all, and I'm going to run it for 1 second. So I pass 1s, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how it's look like. Now it's look very nicer, and now we are going to working on swipe effect. So the idea behind this swipe effect, we need to create a before pseudo element that will take up the full width and height of this link. Then we will translate it outside the link, and if we hover this link, then we will remove the translation. So it's going to return to its own place. Now let's create the pseudo element, before pseudo element. So at first I'm going to select the anchor tag, then before. Then inside the curly braces, first we need to create an empty content. Content is a empty, and it is a empty content, and it's equal to end this line. Then we need to define the position, and I'm going to assign absolute. Next, we need to place this element at top left corner. So here I'm going to type left 0, top also 0, and I'm going to assign height 100%, width 100%. Then I'm going to assign the background color, and I'm going to assign the same background color. So I paste this link, this hexa value, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, our pseudo element appear above the hover me text, and it's cover the text. So we need to use z index value to resolve the problem. So I'm going to assign z index, and I'm going to pass value -1, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, now it's go behind the text, but it is not visible because of the text color and the background color is same. And now we are going to create the swiping effect from the left that will be easily done by the transition. So we need to move this element from the x-axis direction. So I'm going to use transform property, transform, and I'm going to use translate x value, translate x, and here I'm going to pass minus 100%. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look like. Now it's go beyond the border. Now it moved this element 100% left side because we use minus width. Also our text is visible because of white background color. And now when I hover over this link, I want the before pseudo element back to its own place. And also I want to change the text color into white. So when I hover over this link, so I'm going to select this link, I'm going to create the hover selector @ a tag colon hover colon before selector. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to transform, translate x, and I'm going to pass 0. It's mean it going back to its own place again. Also I want to add a smoothing effect, so here I'm going to add transition all. With that we need to define time, so I'm going to define 1 second. So after save this file, when I hover over this link, as you can see, it back to its own place again. Now we need to change the font color of this text. Also we need to hide the background outside the link. And it is very simple to hide the overflow element. Just we need to go and jump into the anchor tag, then we need to use the overflow property, overflow hidden, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it hides the element, the before pseudo element. And if I hover my cursor on this text, as you can see again the slide appear. It's back to its own place. So the background is invisible outside the link. And also we got the effect that we want. And finally, let's change the text color. So at first I'm going to select the anchor tag A, hover, then inside the curly braces, if I hover this link, I want to change the color white, and I'm going to save this file. So after save this file, if I hover my cursor on this link, as you can see, it's become white. And it is also happened smoothly because we add transition all in our anchor tag, transition all. So now we understand the concept of swipe effect. And if you want to change the direction, yes, you can. You can easily change the direction. You can appear this slide from the right side also from the top and bottom. Now let's change the direction. I want to appear this slide from the right side. For that, just you need to change it on one line. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And this one is for left. So I'm going to type in my comment left side. And if I change the value, if I make it positive, then it's going to place this one at right side. So after save this file, if I back to my browser and hover this, now you can see it coming from opposite direction, right side of this box. So this is how we can change the direction. I hope now it's clear for you how we can create this effect. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello everyone. In this video, we will be create a beautiful hover effect. If I hover my cursor on this button, you can experience this hover effect. So let's see how we can build this beautiful effect. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and here I already opened my previous HTML document index.html. So in our body tag, we already create this anchor tag. Also we link with style.css file. And if I jump into the style.css file, then as you can see, we already align this anchor element horizontally and vertically middle of this page. Hover me. I reuse this code because I don't want to make our projects very long. And now I'm going to target this anchor element. So I'm going to type A, then inside these curly braces, first property I'm going to use padding. Padding, and I'm going to assign 40 pixel from top and bottom and 80 pixel from left and right. Then I'm going to use another property called font family. Font family, I'm going to use sans serif. Sans serif. Next, I'm going to remove the underline, so I'm going to use text decoration. Text decoration none. After that, I'm going to define the font size. Font size, and I'm going to define 45 pixel. Then I'm going to add a color to this font. So I'm going to use color, and as a color I'm going to use hexa value 262626. This color code, kind of dark gray. Then I'm going to define letter spacing between the letters. So I'm going to type letter spacing, and I want to add 2 pixel letter spacing. Next, I'm going to add border. Border, I want to add 5 pixel and solid border. Solid. Also, our border color is the same color as font. So I copy the color code and I'm going to put it here. After that, we need to define the position. Position relative. And also we need to define the transition. Transition, and I want to transition it for 1 second, 1s. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is our button look like. And now we need to use a pseudo element. And I'm going to use before pseudo element. It is allow us to create an element before the element. So I'm going to create the before pseudo selector. So at first I'm going to target the element A colon before. Then inside the curly braces, first property I'm going to use, first we need to create an empty content. So I'm going to type content, 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 and here I'm going to create an empty content, then semicolon to end this line. After that, I'm going to define the position. Position, I'm going to use absolute. Then we need to define the position where I want to put this element, this empty content element. I want to place it at that place, at that corner. So from the top, I'm going to pass 0, and from the left, I'm going to pass also 0. Then I want to define width, and I want to use 100% width of this container, 100%. Also, I'm going to assign height, also 100%. Then we need to define a background color to this element. Background, and background color, as a background color I want to assign the same background color, so I copy this one, I paste this one, and also I'm going to add a transition. Transition, I want to transition it for 1 second, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look like. Our element cover the text, and we need to use z index value to make appear the text again. Now you are not able to see the link anymore, the link text anymore, because this before element appear in front of it. And we know how to resolve the problem using z index. Now let's talk about rotate value. Are you remember rotate x value? Earlier in our previous section we already learned rotate x and rotate y values. And using rotate x we can rotate our element along the x-axis, and using rotate y we can rotate the element along the y-axis. Let me show you that. So if I open this website, this is the example of rotate x. If I hover my cursor on this rotate x element, you can see the result. This is how it rotated. I rotate this element 80 degree, and if I rotate it 90 degree, as you can see, and then hover my cursor on it, now sometimes it completely vanish the element. If I rotate this element 90 degree, it will make it vanish. At the same way, if I hover my cursor at rotate Y element, this option, as you can see, this is how it's rotate this element. So this is what rotate X and rotate Y do. Now let's back to the code. So here I'm going to use another property called transform. Transform, and I'm going to use the value rotate X, this one. And I'm going to rotate this element 90 degree, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, as you can see, it vanishes the element, because as I told you, if I rotate this element at x-axis, from the x-axis 90 degree, it's going to vanish the element. Suppose this is the element. If I rotate the element from the x-axis at 90 degree, as you can see, it vanishes the element. Just you can see a single line. So this is what we apply in this element. So it is disappeared this before pseudo element. Now, if I hover my cursor on this element, I want to make pseudo element 0 again. For that, I'm going to create a hover selector. So I'm going to type anchor tag A, then I'm going to create a hover selector, hover, then I'm going to use before pseudo class. Before, then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use the same property, transform. So I copy it and paste it here, but this time I'm going to use 0 degree. I'm going to make it 0 again. 0 deg. And after save this file, if I back to my browser and hover my cursor on this element, as you can see, now it's back to its own place again. It rotated the element at 0 degree. Now you can see, again it hide the text. And because of 1 second transition, we can experience this rotation very smoothly. Also, we need to change the text color when we hover over the link. We need to convert it into white. So when we target the link, otherwise hover over the link, hovered, then inside the curly braces, I'm going to change the color, and I'm going to make it white, and I'm going to set this file. Next, I'm going to move this pseudo element one step back. So here I'm going to type z index -1, that the text show up in front of the element. So after save this file, if I hover my cursor on this element, you can see the result. You can experience this transition. If I hover my cursor on it, it rotates the element at 0 degree, and also it changes the text color, and it creates a beautiful button hover effect. Now what? If I rotate this element at y-axis, if we create another pseudo element using after, let me show you. So I'm going to duplicate this section, and this time I'm going to create another element after the element. So I'm going to use after selector, after. Then this time I'm going to rotate it at y-axis, 90 degree at y-axis. Also, I'm going to copy this section, duplicate this section, and this time I'm going to hover it on after pseudo class. And also we need to change the rotation value. We need to make it rotate y. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I hover my cursor on this element, here you can experience a beautiful button effect. If I hover my cursor on this element, it rotates both the element, before element, also the after element, from 90 to 0 degree. That's why it created a beautiful hover effect. So I hope now it's clear for you how can we create this beautiful button hover effect. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello everyone, in this project we are going to create this effect when I hover over this link. Here you can experience this effect. Now let me show you the slow demonstration. What exactly is happening here? So when I hover over this link, you can experience this result. After hover over this link, as you can see, it changed the background color. Also, you can notice that there is a thick white line tilted as 45 degree. And it passing the link at the same time when I hover the link, and also change the background color. So we are going to achieve this effect. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code editor. So as you can see, we already create a HTML document name index.html and inside our body tag, here we type a anchor tag, hover me. Then I already connect a CSS file with that, style.css. And if I jump into the style.css file, as you can see, at first I provide height in our body section, then we use display flex and justify content center and align item center to position this anchor tag middle of this page, vertically and horizontally. Now at first I am going to add a dark gray background, some type background color, and I am going to use a hexa value hashtag 222 and I am going to set this file. After set this file, as you can see, this time it changed the background color as dark gray colored. Next, I am going to target this anchor tag. I am going to style this button. So I am going to type a, then inside the curly braces, first property I am going to use text decoration. Text decoration I am going to use none property. Then after remove the underline from the text, I am going to assign a color to this text. Color, and I want to assign white color. White. Next I am going to assign font family. Font family, and I want to assign font family sans serif. Sans serif. Then I am going to assign font size. Font size, I want to assign nearly 40 pixel font size, 40 pixel. I think it's enough for it. And after set this file, this is how it's look like. And now I'm going to add a border, a solid border. So to type border property, and I want 3 pixel solid border. Solid. Then also I'm going to assign a border color. So for the border color, I'm going to add white color. White. And I'm going to set this file. Then I'm going to add padding. Padding from some type, padding from top and bottom, I'm going to assign 40 pixel, and from left to right, I'm going to assign 80 pixel. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how it's look like. Then I'm going to use transition property. Transition, and for transition, I'm going to assign transition for all of these properties, all, so type all, and then I'm going to define the transition duration, which is 0.3 second. Then I'm going to define the position relative, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how it's look like. Next, I want to change the background color when I hover over this link. I want to make it red color. So I'm going to create a hover selector, anchor tag, hover. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to change the background color, some type background colored, and I'm going to assign red color, red. Now after set this file, if I hover over this link, as you can see, now the background color change into red color. And now I want to create the thick wide line, and for that I'm going to use before pseudo element. So I'm going to create the before pseudo element. So at first I'm going to target the anchor tag, then and I'm going to type before. Then inside the curly braces, at first I'm going to create an empty content, and it's an empty content. Then I want to define background color to this element, background color, and I want to assign white color, white. After that, I'm going to define the position of this pseudo element. So I'm going to type position, and this time I want to assign absolute position. Then I want to place this element at that corner, top left corner. So from the top, I'm going to assign 0, and from the left, I'm going to assign 0 also. Then we need to define width and height to this element. For width, I'm going to assign 100%, and for height, let me assign height, I'm going to assign 50 pixel, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how it's look like. This is our before pseudo element. And now I want to move it to the left side outside the link area. For that, I'm going to use transform property. So I'm going to type transform, translate x minus, I want to translate it up to minus 100%, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how it's look like. It moved this before pseudo element out of this area, out of this anchor tag area. And now I want to rotate this element 45 degree. So here I'm going to use rotate value, rotate. And I want to rotate it up to 45 degree, and I'm going to save this file. After rotate it up to 45 degree, this is how our line look like. Now if I hover my cursor on this button, I want to move this line to the right side to get the effect. Also we need to assign transition for smoothing effect. So I'm going to use this property transition. So I copy this one and I'm going to put it here. Now I'm going to make some changes. When I hover over the link in my button, I want to move the before pseudo element. For that we need to create a selector, anchor tag, then hover, then we need to use the before pseudo element, before. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to use transform property, transform, translate x, and I want to move it up to 100%, not minus, positive 100%. And also during the movement, I want to rotate the element, so I'm going to use rotate 45 degree, DEG. Now after save the file, when I hover over my cursor in this link, now you can see this element move to the right side. And also you can feel the transition. Now we need to hide the excess area outside the anchor tag. For that we need to use overflow property. To resolve the problem, we need to jump into the anchor tag selector, and here we need to use a property called overflow hidden. And after save this file, now you can notice the before pseudo element is not visible, but if I hover my cursor on it, you can get the beautiful effect. So this is how we can build this project. I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello everyone. Once again I am back with a new project related button hover effect. In this lesson we are going to create this nice hover effect. And we will use before pseudo element to create this hover effect. So let's jump into the Visual Studio Code editor and see how we can do that. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and as you can see, we already created an HTML document named index.html, and in the body tag here we take anchor tag, and here we type hover me. Then I already created a style.css file and I link this file with this HTML document. Now let's jump into the style.css file. As you can see, here we assign height, display flex, justify content center, align items center to make this anchor element center of this page horizontally and vertically. Now let's style this element. So I'm going to select this element using its tag name A. Then inside the curly braces, for the first property I'm going to use text decoration. Text decoration I'm going to use none. Then I'm going to use another property called color, and I'm going to assign a text color. I'm going to use some kind of dark gray color, so I'm going to use hashtag 262626. Then I'm going to define font family. Font family I'm going to assign sans serif. Then I'm going to define the font size 40 pixel. After that I'm going to define border, and I'm going to assign 3 pixel solid border, and our border color is hashtag, and I'm going to use the same color which I use for the font color. Next I'm going to define padding. From top and bottom I'm going to define 40 pixel, from left and right I'm going to define 80 pixel. And now I'm going to define transition, and I want to apply transition for all of it, and I'm going to define transition time 0.5 second. And also need to define the position relative. and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how our button look like. And now I'm going to use before pseudo element to create our effect. So here I'm going to type, first I'm going to select the anchor tag, then I'm going to use before procedure selector, BEFORE, before. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to add content, and I'm going to type hover me. So inside the single quotes, I'm going to type hover me. After that, I'm going to define the position absolute. Next, I'm going to define the place where I'm going to put this text. I want to put this content at that corner. So I'm going to type from the top, I'm going to pass 0. And also from the left, I'm going to pass 0 again. Then I'm going to define height and width. Height, I'm going to assign height 100% and also width 100%. Then I'm going to add an background color to this element, the procedure element. So I'm going to type background color, and I want to assign the same color, this dark gray color. And next I'm going to assign font color, and I'm going to assign white color because we need to make it visible, white. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look like. In our previous examples, most of the time we create a empty content, but this time in this content we put this text hover me. And now we need to place this text middle of this container, vertically and horizontally. For that I'm going to use flex property, display flex, justify content center, and align item also center. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look like. And now I want to scale up this dark gray background 5 times. I want to make 5 times scale from its original size, and it will make the background element very huge. And also we are going to make its opacity 0. So it's going to make it transparent. And when I hover over this link, I want to scale back again. I want to make it 1 again. With that also I'm going to change the opacity. I will make it 1 again. I want to make it visible again. So let's do it. So at first I'm going to apply scale. So type transform, and I want to use scale value, and I want to make it 5 times. After save this file, this is how it's look like. It make it much larger than previous one. It scale this background elements 5 times of its size. But I want it to be hidden outside this link. So here inside this anchor element, I'm going to use overflow property, overflow hidden, and I'm going to save this file. After save it, this is how it's look like. And now you can see outside the link area, the before pseudo part element is hidden. Also we need to make this element transparent, fully transparent. So inside the before selector, I'm going to apply opacity property, and I'm going to apply opacity 0. And if I save this file, this is how it's look like. Now the before background element is fully transparent. Also it not visible in our overflow area. And now I want to apply transition. So here I'm going to try transition, and I want to apply transition all of this property, and I'm going to take 0.5 second, and I'm going to set this file. Next, in hovering, I want to make this pseudo element 1 again. I want to reduce the scale of this pseudo element. And also we need to increase the transparency value. We need to make it visible. So I'm going to type hover, and I'm going to use before selector. I'm going to target the before element, then inside the curly braces, I want to apply transform property, transform scale, and I want to make it 1. Also, I'm going to make opacity I'm going to make it 1. I want to make it fully visible when I hover on it, and I'm going to save this file. And now after save this file, when I hover over this anchor tag, we achieve the desired result. This result. I hope now it's clear for you how can we create this beautiful button hover effect. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. See you soon. Hello everyone, once again I am back with a new project related button hover effect. In this lesson we are going to create this great looking button hover effect. As you can see, when I hover my cursor, you can experience this effect. When I hover over this button, a red background fills this button from the top side. So let's start the practical and see how we can create it. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. With that, I already create this style.css file, and I link this CSS file with this document. Now inside the body tag, at first I'm going to create a button tag. So here I'm going to type button tag, button, and also I'm going to assign a class, and our class name is button, BTN short form, and then I will just type button, and I'm going to save this file. After I save this file, this is how it's look like. Now we need to place this button middle of this page. For that, we need to jump into the style.css file. First, I'm going to select the body tag, body, then inside the curly braces, at first I'm going to assign margin to this page, margin, and I want to assign margin 0. Then I'm going to assign display property, display flex, justify content center. Also, we need to align the item center. So I'm going to type align items center. Next, I'm going to assign height to this page, height, and here I'm going to assign height 100 VH. Then I'm going to assign font family, and I want to assign sans serif font, sans serif, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look like. It aligns this button middle of this page horizontally and vertically. Next, I'm going to target the button using its class name. For that, I'm going to type .btn. Then inside the curly braces, first property I'm going to use border, and here I'm going to assign 2 pixel solid border, and border color is tomato, and I'm going to save this file. After that, I'm going to remove the background, and I'm going to assign none. Then I'm going to change the text color. So I'm going to type color, and I want to assign color tomato again. Next, I'm going to give some padding from top and bottom and right and left. So I'm going to type padding from top and bottom. I'm going to assign 20 pixel, and from left and right I'm going to assign 40 pixel, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look like. Next, I'm going to define the font size. So I'm going to type font size, and here I'm going to assign font size 25 pixel. After that, I'm going to use a property called text transform uppercase. Next, I'm going to assign another property, which is cursor pointer. So whenever I move my cursor on this button, it's going to become a pointer. After that, I'm going to assign transition, and I want to apply transition for all of this property, and my transition duration is 0.5 second. And then I'm going to set this file. Next, I'm going to define the position. Position, I'm going to use relative. Now let's work on the hovering effect. We will use the before pseudo element for that, and we know the process. Now let's create the before pseudo element. So I'm going to type dot btn button colon before. Then inside the curly braces, first property I'm going to use content, and I'm going to create an empty content. Then I'm going to define the position of this content, position, and here I'm going to use absolute value, absolute, and I want to place this element at that corner. So from the top I'm going to assign 0, and also from the left I'm going to assign 0. I want to start the element from the top left corner. Then I'm going to define width and height. Width 100%. Also I'm going to define height 100%. Then I'm going to define the background, and I want to use tomato color, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how it's look like. So it takes full width and height, and it's sitting top of this button. That's why it's height our text. So to resolve the problem, I'm going to use z-index property, zip index, and I'm going to use -1 value, and it resolved the problem, but our text is not visible yet because our text color and the background color match with each other. So inside the button selector, if I change the color, and if I make it white, and then set this file, this is how it's look like. You can see the text now shows up. But for now, I'm going to make it tomato again. So I'm going to comment out this line, and I'm going to save it again. And now to achieve the desired result, I'm going to use border radius in our before pseudo element. So to type border radius 0, 0, and 50%, and 50%. From the top left and top right corner, I use 0 value, and for the bottom left and bottom right corner, here I use 50% and 50% border radius. Now if I set this file, this is how it's look like. Now we have the curves in our background, and now we need to work on the hovering effect. Now we will set height of this red background 0. Then hovering over the button, we will increase the height of this red background. So it's going to give you the fills in and cover the button effect. So inside this red background, I'm going to set height, and I'm going to make it 0% instead of 100%. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, as you can see, it disappeared the red background. It is not visible because of its height. Now we need to add hover effect on this before element. For that, I'm going to type dot btn colon hover colon, and here I'm going to type before. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to define the height 100%, and I'm going to set this file. So wherever I hover my cursor on this button, as you can see, it increased the height, but it increased the height instantly. There is no transition between them. For that, I'm going to use property called transition in my hover element, transition in my pseudo element. So here I'm going to set transition, and here I'm going to set transition in all of this element, all, and I'm going to define the time 0.5 second, and I'm going to set this file. This time, after set this file, if I hover over my cursor on this button, now you can see the smoothing effect. You can experience it. But the problem is it not covering the whole button because of border radius. So to resolve the problem, we need to increase the height. We need to increase more height more than 100%. So instead of using 100%, here I'm going to use 190%. And I'm going to save this file. And after save this file, if I hover my cursor on this button, you can see it resolved the problem. But it create a new problem. So we need to hide the overflow area. For that, in my button, in this button area, I'm going to use the property called overflow. Overflow hidden. And I'm going to save this file. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this element, you can see here we achieve the desiring effect. It hides the overflow element. Now, also we need to resolve another problem. We need to change the color when I hover on this element. We need to change the text color when I hover this button. For that, here I'm going to create another selector dot btn, and here I'm going to create a hover selector of it, hover, and inside the curly braces, I'm going to use the property called color white. And I want to set this file. After set this file, if I hover my cursor on this element, here you can see we achieve the desired result. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can create this beautiful button hover effect. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello everyone, once again I am back with a new project related image hover effect. And today we are going to build this beautiful fade-in hover effect on image. So when I hover my cursor on it, as you can see, it scale up the image, also it rotate the image. And also you can notice a fading effect above the image. It adds a semi-transparent background, and also you can notice the text above it. It zoom the image, also it rotate the image. So let's see how we can create this beautiful image hover effect. Basically it's a fading effect. So let's jump into the Visual Studio Code Editor. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And as you can see in my current working directory, we have an image, image.jpg, and we are going to use this image for our project. So let's back to the index.html file. At first I'm going to link some type link, and I want to link this file with style.css file, style.css, and I'm going to save it. Then inside this body tag, I'm going to take a container div, some type div dot container. Then inside this container div element, I'm going to import an image, some type ing image tag, and here I'm going to place the image, and our image name is image.jpg, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look like. After that, inside this container div, I'm going to create a caption div element, some type div.caption, and inside this caption div, here I'm going to take a h1 tag heading 1, and I'm going to type hello world. Then after that, I'm going to take a dummy paragraph p tag, and I'm going to type lorem, and here I'm going to type lorem, and I'm going to take total 5 word, 5 otherwise 6 word, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how it's look like in my browser. Now we need to style this section. We need to style the container div element, the caption, the image, and the paragraph and the heading. For that, let's jump into the style.css file. At first, I'm going to start styling the body tag, body, body. Then inside the curly braces, the first property I'm going to use height. Height, I'm going to assign height 100 VH, viewport height. Then I'm going to assign display. Display, I'm going to use display flex. After that, I'm going to assign justify content property. Justify content center. Also align items center. Then I'm going to assign font family, and here I'm going to assign font family Arial. You can take any font, it's up to you, Arial. And then I'm going to style the container div element, and from here I'm going to copy its class name container, and I'm going to put it here. So I select the container div using its class name. Then inside the curly braces, Here at first I'm going to assign width, and I'm going to assign 500 pixel width. Also I'm going to assign height 500 pixel. It's a square box. Then I'm going to define the position. I'm going to make it related, and I'm going to save this file. Now you can notice still the image is too big for this container. We can easily fix it using styling. Let me show you. So I'm going to target image tag img. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to define width, and here I'm going to define width 100%, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look like. And now we have the caption sitting below it. Now we need to put the heading and the paragraph above this image. For that we need to style the caption tag. So I'm going to copy its class name caption and back to style.css file, and here I'm going to select dot caption. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to define the position, and I'm going to make it absolute. Then I'm going to define top value. I'm going to position it 0. Also from the left I'm going to place it 0 again. Now we need to define height and width to this caption element. So I'm going to type width, I'm going to make it 100%. Also height 100%, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, now you can see we successfully placed the text content above the image. Now we need to center the content inside this caption, and to align it we are going to use display flex. So I'm going to type display, and I'm going to make it flex, and flex direction is also here. I'm going to use column value, column. Then I'm going to use justify content center, because we need to horizontally and vertically center these elements, and align items also center. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how we place the content middle of this image, vertically and horizontally. Next I'm going to change the text color of this caption. I'm going to make it some type color, and I will make it white. Now it's fully visible because our background image is dark. And now we need to style this heading 1 tag and the paragraph. For that we need to select it. So to type dot caption, and inside this caption I want to target the h1 tag. Then inside the curly braces I'm going to use text transform property, text transform, and I'm going to make it uppercase. Also I'm going to add margin. From all of the direction I want to remove the margin, so I'm going to pass 0. Then I'm going to duplicate this section, and this time I'm going to select the paragraph tag which is inside this caption. And also I'm going to use text transform property, but this time I'm going to use capitalize value, capitalize. And I'm going to remove margin, and I'm going to define font size. Font size I'm going to use 18 pixel font size. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look like. Next we need to focus on the fading hover effect. By default we need to invisible the text, and when I hover my cursor on this image we need to visible this text. So first of all we need to make the caption invisible. For that we are going to use opacity property. So inside this caption I'm going to use opacity, and I want to make it 0. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it hides the text from this image. It is not visible anymore, and I want them visible again when I hover over this image. For that I'm going to use hover selector. So I'm going to type dot caption colon hover space dot container. This time I'm going to select the container element, and here I use hover pseudo selector. Then dot caption, if I hover over this caption which is inside this container, then inside the curly braces I want to set the opacity 1 again. But the problem is when I hover my cursor on this image, instantly you can see the text. There is no transition on it. For that we can use transition property. we can use this transition property inside the caption. So here I'm going to type transition I want to apply in all the properties, and here I'm going to define transition time, which is 0.5 second. Now after set this file, if I hover my cursor on this image, here you can experience this transition. Also I'm going to add background to this caption. For that I'm going to use background property inside the caption selector, background, and here I'm going to use RGBA value, RGBA. And for red I'm going to use 0, for green also I'm going to use 0, for blue I'm going to use 0, and for the alpha value here I'm going to use, for now I'm going to use 0. Now it's fully transparent. So after set this file, you can notice there is no black color background behind on the caption because we make it transparent, but it's a black color. Now I'm going to copy this property and the value and jump into the hover selector, and I'm going to paste it here, and I will increase the opacity of it. I'm going to make it 0.3, otherwise 4. I think 3 is good for it because we have already dark background image. So I'm going to set this file, and if I hover my cursor on it, then now you can notice the little dark background over the image. But if I increase it little bit, if I make it 5, I think now it's look much better. Now the background fades in with the caption. Next we need to make the image zoom in and rotate when I hover on it. For that I'm going to create the hover selector for the image, so I duplicate this section and replace caption with image tag img, and inside this hover selector, so here first I'm going to use transform property, transform, and I'm going to apply rotate value, rotate, and I want to rotate it up to 15 degree DEG when I hover on it, and I'm going to save this file. So when I hover in it, as you can see, it rotates the element 15 degree. Also we need to scale it up little bit. Some type scale value scale, and I want to make it 1.3, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I hover my cursor on it, you can see the result. Now the problem is instantly it scaled the element, the image element. So we need to resolve the problem. For that we need to use the transition property in our image. So here in our image selector, I'm going to use transition property, transition, and I want to make transition all, and the transition duration is 0.5 second. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I hover my cursor on it, you can experience this transition. But the problem is it's go outside this image box. I want to see the caption area. So we need to use overflow property. So inside my container, I don't want to move it outside the container area. I want to say the 500 by 500 pixel container area. So here I'm going to use overflow property, overflow hidden. So after set this file, if I hover my cursor on this element, we achieve this desired result. So this is how we create this beautiful image hover effect using transition property. We do not use any keyframe, CSS keyframe for that. So I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello everyone. In this project we are going to build a interesting sliding hover effect. So when I hover over this image, the caption swipe to the left to right side. And when I hover out my cursor, it's back to its place again. So this is what we are going to build today in this project. Basically here we are going to extend our previous project. We are going to use all the codes from the previous projects. So let's start the practical. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already opened my previous HTML document. And here you can see in my style.css file, we are going to just working on container hover caption section and container hover image section. We create this project in our previous lesson and I extend it in our next project. Now take a look at the browser. We have everything on its place. just we need to visible the text. For now, I'm going to remove this property, opacity, and I'm going to save this file again. Now our text is visible. Now let's start working on the sliding effect. And now I'm going to jump into the caption selector, caption hover selector, and here I'm going to type background color. I'm going to use background color property, and I'm going to use RGBA value, RGBA. For red, I'm going to pass 0. For green, also I'm going to pass 0. For blue, I'm going to pass 0. So it's a black color. And for the alpha value, here I'm going to use 0.5. It's semi-transparent. Now to set this file, if I hover my cursor on this element, you can experience this transparent background. And now we need to translate this transparent background from the left side. So we need to position it left side of this container. So I'm going to jump into the caption section, and here I am going to use transform property, transform, and I'm going to use translate x value, translate x minus 100%. So it's going to move the caption element 100% at left side. If I save this file, here you can see the result. It's moved to the left side. But if I hover my cursor on it, then I want to back to its own place again. For that, again we need to use transform property, transform, translate x, and here I'm going to pass value 0. So it's back to its own place when I hover on it. So if I hover my cursor on this element, you can see the result. So nearly we just achieve our desired result. Just one thing left. We need to scale up this image and rotate this image when I hover on it. For that, inside this image hover selector, here I'm going to use transform property again, transform, and first value I'm going to use scale, and I want to scale it 1.3 times. Also, I'm going to rotate the element. Rotate, here I'm going to pass minus 15 degree, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I hover my cursor on this image, here we achieve the desired result. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can build this image hover effect. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello everyone, welcome to another project related image transition using hover effect. And in this lesson we are going to learn this interesting image hover effect. So when I hover on this image, as you can see, a semi-transparent background appears from the bottom, and it covered the whole image. Then after that, a caption appears from the top, and if I move out my cursor from this image area, again it disappears the background image and the caption area. Now if you look at closely, if I hover my cursor on this image, the caption appears after the background appears. It takes little time to appear it. So here I use little delay between them. And the same way, if I hover out my cursor, you can notice the caption disappear first, then it's going to disappear the background. So this is what we are going to create today. So let's start the practical. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Lifesaver extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. With that, I create style.css file and I link this file with this document. So let's start with HTML. So inside the body tag, here I'm going to take a div tag, div, and here I'm going to set a class to this div element, which is figure, F-I-G, fig. After that, inside this div element, I'm going to take a image tag, img, image, and as a source, I'm going to use this image, ocean.jpg. So I'll type ocean.jpg. After that, I'm going to take another div element. So I'm going to type div dot, and I'm going to set a class to this div element. So I'm going to type caption, div dot caption, and inside this div element, here I'm going to take a h3 tag, h3 heading 3, and I'm going to type hello world. Here you can type anything, it's up to you. And then I'm going to take another heading tag which is h5. And here I'm going to type, you can type anything here, so I'm going to type lorem and I'm going to use total 5 word. And then I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, this image covered the whole page. And definitely it's looking very ugly. Now let's jump into the CSS file and make it look little nicer. So here, first I'm going to target the body tag. body, body inside the curly braces. The first property I'm going to use margin. The first property I'm going to use margin, and here I'm going to use set margin 0 from all of the direction. And display I'm going to make it flex, align item center, and justify content also center. After that, I'm going to define height. Here I'm going to define height 100, viewport height VH. And at last, I'm going to define background color. For background color, you can use any color, and I'm going to use dark gray color. So I'm going to pass 222. And I'm going to save this file. And next, I'm going to style this fig div element fig. So I copy its class name and back to style.css file, and I'm going to target it using .fi inside the curly braces. The first property I'm going to use width, and I'm going to assign width 500 pixel. After that, I'm going to define color, and I'm going to make the color white. Also, I'm going to define font family, and here I'm going to use Arial font. Next, I'm going to define border radius. Here I'm going to use border radius 10 pixel. And at last, I'm going to define position, and I want to make it relative. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how now it's look like. And now we need to style the image which is inside this fig div element. So here I'm going to type .fig space image, image tag. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to define width, and I'm going to make it 100%, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how our image look like. And if you want to reduce it, you can use 400 also. I think 400 is good for it, yes. And now it's looking much better. We have the image and the caption is below it. Now let's work on the semi-transparent background, which slides in from the bottom and cover the whole image. For that, we are going to use before pseudo element. Here I'm going to use before pseudo element, so type .fig and colon before. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to create a blank content, and here I'm going to create a blank content. After that, I'm going to define position of this content, and I'm going to make it absolute. Then we need to define from where we are going to start the content. So from the top, I'm going to pass 0, and from the left, I'm going to pass 0. So we're going to start the element from the top left corner. After that, I'm going to define width and height. And I'm going to define width same as this container, the fig container. So I'm going to use 100%. Also height 100%. Same as the fig container area. After that, I'm going to define background color. Here I'm going to use kind of greenish color. So here I'm going to type hashtag 006266, this color code. And also I'm going to set opacity because our background is transparent, semi-transparent. So I'm going to type opacity, and I'm going to set it 0.5. and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how it's look like. Next, we need to work on the caption. We need to center horizontally and vertically inside this fig element. So let's target the element. So I'm going to type dot fig fig space dot. I want to target the caption element. So I'm going to type caption. Then inside the curly braces, first property I'm going to use position. Position, I'm going to make it absolute. Then I want to start from the top. I'm going to pass 0. And also I'm going to assign width, and I want to assign width 100%. Then I'm going to assign height. I want to assign height 100%. After that, I want to assign display property. Display, and I want to make it flex. And flex direction, I want to make it column. Because here I want to put the H3 element below the H5 element. That's why I use column here. If we do not use column, then it's going to put both the element side by side in a single row. That's why we use column here. And in order to center them, I'm going to type align items center. Also justify content center. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is where we put both the element. Now the caption section is centered horizontally and vertically. But the problem is H5 and H3 element not looking so good. So we need to style these elements. First I'm going to target H3 elements. So I'm going to type dot fig fig, and inside this fig div I want to target H3. And inside the curly braces, the first property I'm going to use margin. I'm going to set margin 0. Then basically here I'm going to remove the default margin, and then I'm going to set letter spacing, and I'm going to set it 1 pixel, px. After that, I'm going to define text transform property. Text transform, I'm going to make it uppercase. Also I'm going to define font weight. I think I don't need to define font weight for that. And also I'm going to use margin bottom property. Margin bottom, I'm going to use 5 pixel, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, now H3 element look like that. Now we need to work on H5 element. For that, I'm going to duplicate this section and I'm going to replace H3 with H5. Then nearly I'm going to use the same properties, but for the H5 element, here I'm going to use background color, and I want to use this color code, hashtag AE895D, this color code. Also, I'm going to define padding to this element. So I'm going to type padding. From top and bottom, I'm going to use 3 pixel, and from left and right, I'm going to use 10 pixel. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how our element look like. Next, we need to work on the hover effect. We need to move this background from the bottom. For that, we need to jump into the before pseudo element at that element, and from here we need to move this element, this before pseudo element, below this container. So whenever I move my cursor on it, then it's going to rise up from the bottom. So I'm going to use transform property for that, transform, and I'm going to use translate y value, translate y, and here I'm going to use 100%, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, as you can see, it moved the element. It moved downward by 100%. Now it's right below the fig element, and we need to make it invisible outside the fig element. For that, inside this fig element, I'm going to use another property, which is overflow hidden, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, now you can see it hide the element. Now this element is not visible anymore. Now on hovering over the fig, I want to background element slide up again, and I want it back its original position. For that we need to set the hover selector. So after the before pseudo element, I'm going to type dot fig fig colon hover colon, I want to target the before element, before. Then inside the curly braces, I want to transform the element. So type transform translate x, transform translate x, and I'm going to pass 0 value. So after save this file, if I hover my cursor on this element, you can see the background element when I hover my cursor on it. But you cannot experience the transformation because here we need to use the property. We need to use transition property here. So in this before element, I'm going to type transition all, and our transition duration is 0.25 second. 25. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I hover my cursor on this element, now you can notice the transformation. As you can see, when I hover my cursor on this element, from the bottom it appeared the background and covered the area. And now we need to work on the caption. But before, I'm going to add transition delay to this pseudo element. So I'm going to type transition delay, and I'm going to pass 0.25 second, and I'm going to save it. So whenever I hover my cursor on this element, after 0.25 second, it appeared the background. Also, if I move out my cursor from this area, it's going to wait for 0.25 seconds. After 0.25 seconds, it's going to move down this element. But I don't want it. I don't want 0.25 seconds delay when I hover my cursor on this element. I want to rise up this element instantly when I hover on it. But when I hover out my cursor, I want this delay, 0.25 second delay. For that, I'm going to type transition delay, I'm going to make it 0 second. So if I set this file and hover my cursor on this element, as you can see, it's not going to wait for 0.25 seconds. Instantly, it move up the element. But if I remove my cursor from this area, it's going to wait for 0.25 second. Background is moving immediately when I hover on it. But if I hover out my cursor, it's going to wait for 0.25 seconds. Also, we need to remove the caption from this image. When I hover my cursor, after the background, we need to appear the caption again. For that, we need to jump into the caption selector, and the property I'm going to use transform, and here I'm going to use translate y value, translate y. And here I'm going to move this element from minus 20 pixel. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, as you can see, we move up this element little bit. Then I'm going to set opacity, and I'm going to make it 0. Now it is not visible anymore. Also, I'm going to set transition on it, transition all, and our transition time is 0.25 second. And I'm going to set this file. Now let's create the hover selector of this caption button. So I'm going to type dot fig colon hover, and I want to target the caption element, then inside the curly braces, if I hover my cursor on this fig element, then I want to move this caption element. First, I'm going to make the opacity visible again. Opacity, I'm going to make it 1. Then I'm going to use transform property, transform, and here I'm going to use translate y value, translate y, and I'm going to pass 0 here. So it's going to back to its original place again. After set this file, if I hover my cursor on this image, as you can see, instantly it appeared the element. the caption element, but I want little delay. So here I'm going to type transition delay. Transition delay I'm going to use 0.3 second. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I hover my cursor on it, now you can see after the background element, it's going to wait for 0.3 second. Then it appear the caption div element. So finally we achieve our desired result. So this is how we create this beautiful hovering effect on image. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello everyone, welcome to the new project in this course. In this lesson we are going to create a split image hover effect. As you can see, we have an image center on the screen, and when I hover over my cursor on it, it's split into two parts. And also each of the part rotating in different direction. Also we have a heading and the paragraph below the image. And it's a very cool and beautiful effect, and by the end of this video you will know how to build it. So let's start the practical and see how we can build it. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And I already create style.css file, and I link this file with this document. So let's start with HTML. So inside the body tag, I'm going to take a div tag, div div, and I'm going to assign a class, and our class name is box. It's like a container div. Then inside this box element, I'm going to take another div element, div dot, and here I'm going to assign a class about, and inside this div element, I'm going to take a h2 tag, h2, and I'm going to type split image hover. Then I'm going to take a paragraph using p tag, and here I'm going to type some dummy text, lorem, and here I'm going to use nearly 20 word. I think 20 word is good for it. Yes, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, here you can see the result in my browser. This is how it's look like. And now we need to display its center of this box. For that, I'm going to jump into the style.css file. And here first I'm going to use universal selector star, and inside the curly braces I'm going to define margin. Margin from all of the direction I'm going to use 0. Basically I remove the margin. Also need to remove the padding. Padding also 0. After that I'm going to set box sizing border box. Then I'm going to select the body tag, body, and inside the curly braces, first I'm going to define font family, and I'm going to use Arial font. After that, I'm going to define background. Here I'm going to use dark gray background, so I'm going to type #222. After that, I'm going to make display flex, justify content, center, and also align item center. It's basically horizontally and vertically align the item center of this page, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, as you can see, it's not working. It's not centered the element in the middle of this page because we do not provide the height. So I'm going to type height, and here I'm going to assign height 100 VH. 100 VH, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see now, it aligns the content middle of this page vertically and horizontally. And now I'm going to style the box div element. For that here I'm going to select the box div using its class name dot box. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to define position. I'm going to make it relative, and also I'm going to define width and height. And also I'm going to define width and height. Width, I'm going to make it 600 pixel. Then I'm going to define height. I'm going to make it 400 pixel. Next I'm going to define background. I'm going to set background #000, fully black color. Next I'm going to align the content vertically and horizontally middle of this box. For that I'm going to use display property. Display flex, justify content justify content center, align item, also center. And I'm going to set this file. Now you can notice this box have width of 600 pixel and height of 400 pixel, and it aligned middle of this page. And the content inside it perfectly aligned in this middle. Next, I'm going to style the about section which hold the text content. For that, I'm going to type dot about. Then inside the curly braces, the first property I'm going to use padding, and I'm going to use padding 40 pixel from all of the direction. Then I'm going to define color, and I want to use white color for visibility. Why? Because our background color is black. After that, I'm going to use text align property, text aligned, and I'm going to use center. And after set this file, this is how it's look like. Then I am going to target the h2 tag. So I'm going to type dot about. Inside about, I want to target h2 element. Then inside the curly braces, first I am going to set margin. I want to remove margin, unnecessary margin. I want to remove the default margin from this text. So I'm going to pass 0. Also, I'm going to set padding, and I'm going to make it padding 0. With that, I'm going to define font size. Here I want to set font size 30 pixel, and text transform uppercase. And I want to set this file. After set this file, this is how it's look like. Now it's look clean and professional. Now let's back to the HTML page and add the figure div element. Figure div going to hold the image and split the image and rotate the image when I hover over on it. So I'm going to type div dot figure, and this is the div where the magic happens. So I'm going to save this file and back to the, first I'm going to copy the class name and back to the style.css file, and I'm going to target the figure div dot figure. Then inside the curly braces, the first property I'm going to use the position, and I'm going to make it absolute. After that, I'm going to define width and height. And I'm going to use 100% width of this container box. Then I'm going to define height. Also, it's going to use the 100% height of container box. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, you can see nothing because we don't have any content inside this box. And now I'm going to create a pseudo element. I'm going to create a before pseudo element which is going to create a left half of this image. For that, here I'm going to type dot figure colon before. Then inside the curly braces, basically we use this before element to split part of an image. Then inside this before element, I'm going to create a blank content because it's necessary to render content blank. After that, I'm going to define the position. I'm going to make it absolute. And then I'm going to define, here we are going to place the element. From the top, I'm going to pass 0. From the left, I'm going to pass 0 again. With that, I'm going to define width. Here I'm going to use width 50% because it is the left part of this image. That's why I used 50%. And height 100%. Then I'm going to define a background image. So type background. Here I'm going to pass the URL, and I'm going to use this image. As you can see in my current working directory, we have an image called ocean.jpg. So I'm going to type ocean.jpg, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look like. But before, I am going to reduce the resolution of this image because we need to make it according to its original resolution, 600 by 400. So I'm going to pause this video and fast forward the process. So I make the resolution exact to the container div, that's why it's look great. And then I'm going to use the next property, transition. So to type transition, and here I'm going to use transition 0.5 second. This will animate the effect when we hover over the button. Now you can see the left half of the image is displayed inside the box. And it is ready for the split effect. But we are not done yet. We still need to add the transform origin property. Also the hover effect. Now let's create the hover effect. And when I hover over the box, I want to rotate the image and move to the downwards. So type dot box hover, and I want to select the default pseudo element. So type dot figure before, and inside the curly braces, and here I'm going to use transform property, transform, and I'm going to use rotate x value, rotate x, I'm going to pass, here I'm going to pass 90-degree angle. I want to rotate the element at x-axis 90-degree, DEG. With that, I am going to move this element at y-axis direction. So I'm going to use translate y 50%, and I'm going to set this file. Now after set this file, if I hover my cursor on this image, now you can see it rotated the image 90-degree and moved the image downward 50% at y-axis direction. It is going to create the image splitting effect and folding away from the user. Now the problem is, by default this image rotation center of this position. Now we need to use transform origin property to control the origin. We want to rotate this element from the bottom edge. For that I'm going to use transform origin property, transform origin, and here I'm going to set transform origin property bottom, and I'm going to save this file. Now if I hover my cursor, you can see the result. Now it's rotated the image bottom of its position. Now it creates very natural and appealing splitting effect. Let's work on the right part of this image. For that we are going to use after pseudo element to handle the right part, and it's pretty similar with before pseudo element. So I copy this section, basically I duplicate this section, and instead of using before I am going to use after. And now we need to position this after element correctly. Instead of using left, I am going to use right. Right position, right 0. And next I am going to define the background position. Background position, I am going to use 300 pixel, and I am going to save this file. After save this file, now you can see the complete image, because our image resolution is 600. Here we align the right half of this image using background position 300 pixel. Also we need to change the transform origin position. Instead of using bottom, I am going to use top. And now we need to rotate this element upward. So I'm going to remove the before element and I'm going to use after. Then I'm going to use minus 50% at translate y. So instead of downward, it's going to rotate the element upward. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I hover my cursor on it, you can see this beautiful splitting hover effect. Combine the before and after pseudo element, here we create the beautiful splitting hover effect on image. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can create this beautiful project. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello everyone, in this project we are going to create this beautiful menu hover effect. When I hover over any link of this menu, as you can see, two line scaling. Top line scale from the left and bottom line scale from the right side. And the idea behind to create this effect is simple. We need to work on before and after pseudo element. We need to create both the element before the anchor tag and after the anchor tag. Then we need to scale it. In our first element, we need to scale from the left side, and in our second element, we need to scale it from the right side. To make the lines disappear, we need to set scale value 0. And when I hover my cursor on these elements, we need to make scale value 1. So it will reappear it. So let's start the practical and start creating structure. using UL and LI tag. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. With that, I already create a style file named style.css file, and I link this file with this document. After that, inside this body tag, here we need to take UL tag. Then we are going to start with UL tag. I want to say the list items, unordered list. Now inside the body tag, first I am going to take UL tag. UL stands for unordered list. Then inside this UL tag, I am going to take some LI tag for our menus item such as home, about, services, portfolio, contact, etc. So I'm going to type LI. Then inside the LI tag, I'm going to take an anchor tag also. Here our first menu item is home. So I'll type home. Then I duplicate this line. Then our second menu item is about. And our third menu item is services. And our fourth menu item is portfolio. And our last menu item is contact. So I replace portfolio with contact. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how our menus items look like. Next, we need to add background color to this body tag. Also, we need to vertically and horizontally center the menu item elements. For that, we need to jump into the style section. So inside the CSS file, first I'm going to select the body tag, body. Then inside the curly braces, the first property I'm going to use height. I'm going to define a height of 100 VH. After that, I'm going to make display, I'm going to make it flex. Then justify content center, align item center. Basically, it's going to vertically and horizontally align the element middle of this page. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, you can see the result. It vertically and horizontally align the items middle of this page. Then I'm going to use a font family. Font family, and here I'm going to use sans serif. And I'm going to set this file. After that, also we need to provide a background color, and I want to use dark gray background color. Background color #222, and I want to set this file. After that, we need to select the unordered list. We need to style the unordered list. For that, I'm going to type UL. Then inside the curly braces, here first I'm going to define padding. Padding 0. Also margin 0. Basically, I remove default padding and margin from it. Next, I'm going to use display property. Display, here I'm going to make it flex. And flex ref, I'm going to make it wrap. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, as you can see, using display flex property, we place the elements side by side. And then we use flex wrap. So when they have no space to expand, then it's going to break down and shift to the next line. Next, we need to remove the bullet points. For that, I am going to target the li tags, which is inside the ul tag, ul, li. Then inside the curly braces, the property I am going to use list style, and I'm going to make it none. After that, I'm going to style the anchor tag. So I'm going to type ul, li, and I want to target all the anchor tag. Then inside the curly braces, the first property I'm going to use text decoration, and I'm going to make it none. So I remove the underline from the anchor tags. Then I'm going to define a color to the text. So I'm type color, I'm going to make it white. Next, I'm going to define the font size, and here I'm going to make it 22 pixel. After that, I'm going to use display property, and I'm going to make it block. Padding, I'm going to make it 10 pixel from top and bottom, and 20 pixel from left and right. The next property I'm going to use position, and I want to make it relative, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how our anchor tags and list items look like. Now our menu look like exactly we want. And next we need to work on the hover effect. So we need to create a line. We need to create a line above the anchor tags. For that we are going to use before pseudo element. So here I'm going to type ULLI and the anchor tag, and here I'm going to use before pseudo element colon before. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to create a blank content because we need to render it. That's why we need to create the blank content. It's a blank empty string. After that we need to define the position of this content. Position, and here I'm going to make it absolute. And I want to start the content, so from the top I want to place it from the top 0, and also from the left also 0. Next I'm going to define width to this element, so I'm type width and I'm going to make it 100%. After that we need to define height. I'm going to make it 2 pixels, so it's look like a single line. After that also we need to provide the background color to this element, to this line. So type background color, I'm going to make it white, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file you can see the result. Here we create this before element for each of the anchor tag. Next I want to set scale value 0. So here I'm going to type transform property, transform scale, and here I'm going to make it 0. After that I want to assign transition for smoothness. So I'm going to type transition. I want to assign the transition all of this element, and I want to define the duration 0.5 second. Also for our before element we need to define the transition origin. Transition origin, I want to expand this element from the left side. I want to expand the before pseudo element from the left side. So I'm going to set transition origin left. Then I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it vanished the element because here we set scale value 0. That's why it vanished the element. And I want to reappear it when I hover my cursor on this element. For that, we need to use hover selector, before hover selector. So I'm going to type ULLI and I want to target the anchor element. Then colon hovered colon before element before. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to set transform scale property, and I'm going to make it 1 again. And as you can see, when I hover my cursor on this element, it expands the line within 0.5 second from the left origin. Now we need to do the same thing for the bottom. So I duplicate this line, I'm going to duplicate this line, and here I'm going to replace before with after. And also we need to change the transform origin position. Here we need to change the transform origin left to right. And if you want to make it visible, then just use scale 1. Now you can see the line. You can see the line at the top position, but we need to shift the line to the below of these elements. For that we need to use bottom value. So instead of using top, I'm going to use bottom 0, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it shift the elements below the list items. And again I'm going to make scale 0 to make it invisible. And with the before element, I want to select the after element. So I copy this section. After copy this section, I'm going to put a comma, and then I paste it and replace before with after. And I'm going to save this file. Now to save this file, when I hover my cursor on this menu items, you can see the beautiful transition effect. Our before element starts from the left side and grow to the right side, and our after element starts from the right side and grow to the left side and complete the shape. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can create this beautiful menu animation effect. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello everyone, welcome to the new lesson in this course. And in this tutorial we are going to create this nice menu hover effect. So when I hover over my cursor any of this link move to the top and the second span tag take the position. After that, a red color background covered the whole span area. And if I remove it, it is back to its own position again. So this is what we are going to build today in this project. So let's start the practical and see how we can build it. So as you can see side by side, I opened my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. With that, I already create style.css file and I link this file with this document. Then inside the body tag to create the menu, I am going to take UL tag and order list. After that, inside it I am going to take a li tag. Then inside the li tag, here I am going to take an anchor tag A. Then inside the anchor tag I am going to take span tag, span, and here I am going to type home. And then I am going to take another span tag which contains the same text home. And the first span is the one which is going to move to the top. And the second one move from the bottom and take the first place. Then I am going to copy the li tag multiple times and replace the text. So I am going to fast forward this process. So I fast forward this process and add about, services, portfolio and contact. After create the menu items, let's jump into the CSS file and start styling. So I'm going to jump into the style.css file. At first I'm going to select body tag, body. Then inside the curly braces, the first property I'm going to use background color. Background color, and here I'm going to use dark gray background, #222. Next, I'm going to define height to this body. Height, and here I'm going to use height 100 VH. And display I'm going to make it flex. After that, justify content. So I'm going to content all the elements middle of this page. So I'm going to type center. And also align items center. So it's going to vertically and horizontally align the content center of this page. So after save this file, this is how it's look like. After that, I'm going to change the font. So to type font family, I'm going to use Arial font. You can use any font, it's up to you. And I'm going to save this file. And next I'm going to target the main. So I'm going to type UL inside the curly braces, the first property I'm going to use display. Display, here I'm going to use flex value. And then I want to list item one above the another. For that here I'm going to use another property called flex direction. And flex direction I'm going to make it column. And I'm going to save this file. Also I need to make justify content center. Align items also center. And I'm going to save this file. Next I'm going to target the list items which is inside the UL tag. So I'm going to type UL li inside the curly braces. At first I'm going to define position, and here I'm going to use relative position. After define position, next property I'm going to use list style, and I'm going to make it none because I want to remove the dots. After that, I'm going to add little margin. Here I'm going to add margin from all of the direction 5 pixels. Then I'm going to select anchor tag A. Then inside the curly braces, the first property I'm going to use position again. Position relative. Display, and I'm going to make it block. Also I'm going to assign height 40 pixel. Then I'm going to use text decoration. I'm going to make it none because I want to remove the underline, and I'm going to save the file. After save this file, this is how they look like. Also I want to change the font color. So I'm going to set color, and I'm going to make them white, and it's going to make it fully visible. Also I'm going to define font size. After add the color, also I'm going to add padding From top and bottom, I'm going to add 5 pixels. From left and right, I'm going to add 10 pixels. Next, I'm going to add font weight. Font weight, and here I'm going to make it font weight 300. I want little lighter font. Letter spacing. Here I'm going to add 2 pixels. And overflow, and I'm going to make it overflow hidden. After set this file, this is how it's look like. After that, if you want to increase the font size, yes you can, but for now I'm not going to increase the font size, and then I'm going to target the span tag which is inside the anchor tag. For that, here I'm going to type ULLI after anchor tag, and then I'm going to target span. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to define position. Position, I'm going to make it relative. Then I'm going to define width and height. Width, I'm going to assign 100% width. And height, here I'm going to define 100. Here I'm going to define 100% height. And display, I'm going to make it flex. Now the question is, why I make display flex? Because we need to change the order of the second span. We need to move it below the first span. That's why I use flex. Now it go bottom of the first span tag. It do not have space beside it. That's why it's moved to the bottom. Next, I'm going to add align items center, and justify content also center. So it's going to horizontally and vertically center this element. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, as you can see, it hide the text. Now the second span shifted below the first one. Also, it do not have enough space. And as you can see, here we use overflow hidden property. That's why it's not visible. If I uncomment the overflow hidden property, let me show you, then set this file again. Now it's visible again. And that's why we need to use the property overflow hidden. And we need to save it again. Next, I'm going to add little transition on it. Transition, and here I'm going to make transition 0.5 seconds. 0.5 second. After that, you can add color, but I already add the color property in our anchor tag. So I'm going to copy, I'm going to cut that color from this anchor tag, and I'm going to paste it here. Then I'm going to add font size. Font size, I'm going to make it 20 pixels. Also, text transform, I'm going to make it uppercase. And text transform, I'm going to make it capitalize. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how it's look like. Now this span element look much better. Now, if I hovering over this anchor tag, I want to change the position. I want to first span move from its position. I want to move it to the upward to the top. And second span move from the bottom and take its place. So when I hover over this anchor tag, some type A:hover. Then I want to target the span tag child. So type span:nth child, and I want to target the first child, 1. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use transform property. Transform, translate y, and here I'm going to pass -100%. And I want to save this file. After save this file, if I jump into the index.html file, from here we are going to target the first span tag. So after save this file, if I save this file and hover over my cursor on this span tag, you can see it moved the first span tag upward. Basically, it moved up to the top and then disappear. And now we need to move this second span tag, which is going to take its place. For that, I'm going to duplicate this section, and this time I'm going to target nth child 2. And we don't need to change too much. Just if I save this file and hover my cursor on this element, you can see the result. Now the second one, take the first one place. First one move upward and second one come from the bottom. So this is the exact effect we want. Now we need to work on the background. And to create the background, we are going to use before pseudo element. So I'm going to create a pseudo element of anchor tag. So I'm going to type a colon before. Then inside the curly braces, here I am going to type, I'm going to take a blank content. Content, it's a blank content. After that, I'm going to position it. Position, and here I'm going to set position absolute. Then I'm going to place it from the top, I'm going to position it 0, and from the left, I'm going to place it 0. 0. After that, I'm going to provide width and height. Here I'm going to use 100% width of span tag. So I'm going to type width 100%, height also 100%. Then I'm going to set background color. Background color, and here I'm going to use red background color. Red. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how it's look like. Now, I want this background color when I hover over this link. For that, I'm going to use transform property. So I'm going to type transform scale x. Here I'm going to pass 0. And I want to grow it from the left side to right side, so I'm going to change the origin position. Transform origin, I'm going to pass left here. Left. And I'm going to set the transition. Transition, I'm going to set 0.5 second. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, as you can see, it hide the red background. Now, when I hover over this link, I want to grow the background from the left side and shrink to the right side. For that, we need to create the hover selector. Anchor, hover, colon, I'm going to target the before element. Before. And inside the curly braces, first I'm going to use transform property. Transform, and I'm going to set scale value. Scale x. And this time I'm going to make it scale x value 1. So it's going to completely fill the background and it's going to start from the left side. So if I hover my cursor, you can see the result. But the problem is, when I move my mouse from this span tag, this background back to the left side again. But I don't want it. I want to end this background to the right side. For that, we need to use transform origin again. Transform origin. This time I'm going to change the side, which is right side, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I hover my cursor on it, hey, it's not working according to our desired result. So don't worry, I'm going to comment out this line and I'm going to add some transition delay. And I'm going to delay it up to 0.5 second. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I hover my cursor on this element, this span element, as you can see, after 0.5 second delay, our background appear. And if I move my cursor out of it, instantly it back to the old position. And I don't need this line, so I'm going to remove this line. And this is what we create in our project. And I'm going to save this file. I hope now it's clear for you how we can build this beautiful menu hover effect. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello guys, nice to see you back. Once again I am back with a new project related menu hover effect. Today in this tutorial we are going to create this beautiful menu. When I hover my cursor on this menu items, as you can see, we have a background fades in and we have total 2 border. And this border moving out from this link. One border moved to the top right and another border moved to the bottom left. So let's see how we can create this beautiful menu hover effect. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. With that I create style.css file and I link this file with this document. Now at first inside the body tag, here I'm going to take UL tag, UL. UL stands for unordered list. Then inside this UL tag, I am going to take list item LI. And inside the LI tag, I'm going to take anchor tag A. And here I'm going to type our first menu item is home. Then I duplicate this line and I'm going to make this one about. Then I duplicate this line again. This one is for services. Also I want to duplicate this line and this one is for portfolio. And the last one is for contact. And I'm going to save this file. And now we need to place the menu items in the middle of this page. For that, we need to jump into the CSS file, style.css. And first, I'm going to target the body tag, body. And inside the curly braces, first I'm going to assign margin. Margin, I want to remove default margin from every of the element. So I use 0. After that, I'm going to make display, I'm going to make it flex. Justify content center. Also align items center. Then I'm going to assign height. Here I'm going to assign height 100 VH. After that, I'm going to assign font family. Here I'm going to assign Arial font. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it aligns the items middle of this page, vertically and horizontally. Next, I'm going to target the unordered list. For that, I'm going to select UL. Then inside the curly braces, first property I'm going to use margin. And I'm going to make margin 0. Next property I'm going to use padding. Padding also 0. After that, I'm going to make display. I'm going to make it flex. Next, I want to remove the dots, these icons. So I'm going to type list style. I'm going to make it none and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it removed the dots and it placed the items side by side because of display flex property. Next, we need to provide space between them. We need to remove the underline. Also, we need to work on the fonts. But before, I'm going to assign a background color to this body tag. Background, here I'm going to use background #222 dark gray. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, I'm going to target the anchor tags. So I'm going to type UL, LI, then I'm going to target the anchor tag inside it. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to assign a color to this font. So I'm going to use color property, color, and I'm going to make it white, fully visible. After that, I'm going to define font size, and I'm going to make it 20 pixel. Then I want to remove the underline. For that, we need to use text decoration property. Text decoration none. We need to make it none to remove the underline. Next, we need to convert this text into uppercase. For that, I'm going to use text transform property. Text transform, I'm going to make it uppercase. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look like. Now we need to provide little padding between them. Also, we need to assign little margin. So I'm type padding. From top and bottom, I want to assign 5 pixel padding. And from left and right, I'm going to assign 10 pixel padding. Then I'm going to add little margin. From top and bottom, I'm going to assign 0 pixel margin, and from left and right, I'm going to assign 10 pixel margin. I have to set this file. This is how it's look like. After that, I'm going to assign position. I'm going to make it relative. Then I want to assign transition. To all of this element. Transition all, and our transition duration is 0.5 second. Now our menu is looking pretty nice. Next, we need to work on the hover effect. Next, we need to work on the bottom left corner border at that position. So, for that, to create the border, bottom left corner border, we are going to use before pseudo element. So I'm going to type anchor tag and I want to select before. I'm going to use before pseudo element. Then inside the curly braces, first we need to create a blank content. Content is a empty content. After that, here I'm going to define the position of this content. Position, I'm going to make it absolute. Next, I'm going to position it bottom side, so I'm going to type bottom 0 and left also 0. Next, I'm going to define width and height. Width, I want to define width for now 12 pixel and height also 12 pixel. Then I'm going to define a background color. For background, I'm going to use yellow color. I use this background color for temporary purpose. After set this file, here you can see the result. At that position, we create a box, a square box. Now, we need to add a border to the left side and bottom side. But at first, I'm going to define border to all of the direction. So, I'm going to type border property. Border, and I'm going to assign 3 pixel border, and our border color and our border style is solid. And our border color is, I'm going to use white color. White. FFF, fully visible. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if you notice carefully, you can see the border around this square box. But as I told you, I want the border at bottom and left side. For that, we need to use border width property. So to type border width. Border width, for the top I'm going to pass 0, for the right also I'm going to pass 0, from the bottom I'm going to pass 3 pixel, and for the left also I'm going to pass 3 pixel. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, now you can notice the border at left side and the bottom. If I change the background color, if I make it red, I think now it's more visible. So to create the border, now I don't need this background. So I'm going to comment out this line and save it again. Now we need to do the same thing for the top right corner. For that, just we need to duplicate this line. And here, instead of using before, I am going to use after pseudo element. After. And we need to change the position. Instead of bottom, here I'm going to use top. And instead of left, here I'm going to use right. Right, from the right, I'm going to pass 0. And I'm going to save this file. This time we need to assign the border at top right side. So I'm going to remove this to value. Now for the top, here I use 3 pixel. For the right, also I use 3 pixel. For the bottom, I'm going to use 0. And for the left, also I'm going to use 0. And if I save this file, you can see the result. Next, we need to work on the hover effect. But before, I am going to shift this border little inward. And also, I am going to invisible it. For that, I am going to change their position. So, for the before element, here, instead of using 0 position, I am going to use 12 pixel. From the bottom and from the left, 12 pixel. And I'm going to set this file. Now it's shift to the little inward. And I'm going to set opacity and I'm going to make it 0. So now it's become invisible. After set this file, as you can see, the border become invisible. Now when I hover over this link, I want to move the border outward. I want to move the border outward again. For that, I'm going to type A, and when I hover over this link, and then I want to target the before pseudo element. Before. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to make opacity 1 again. And this time I want to move the border outward. For that, I'm going to change the bottom value, bottom, and I'm going to make it minus 5 pixel, and left value also minus 5 pixel. And I want this movement smoothly. For that, we need to use transition property. Transition, and I'm going to use type all, and I'm going to define 0.33 second. And I want to save this file. After save this file, if I hover my cursor on this element, you can notice the result. This is how it moved the border. Alright, we need to do the same thing for the top right border. So I'm going to change that position. So instead of 0, I'm going to make it 12 pixel. 12 pixel. And I'm going to set opacity 0. Also, I'm going to use transition property. Transition all, and transition duration is 0.3 second. And then I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it vanishes the border. Now we need to work on the hover effect. So I select this section, basically copy this section, and I'm going to paste it here. After that, instead of using before, I'm going to target after element. After. And I'm going to save this file. Also, we need to change their position. We need to make bottom to top and left to right. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it vanished both the element, both the borders. And when I hover my cursor above the anchor tags, here it reappears it again. It moves inward to outwards. Now just one thing we have left. We need to change the background color when I hover over this link. For that, we need to create the hover selector of anchor tag. So here, after that, I'm going to type a:/hover. And inside the curly braces, at first I'm going to define the background color. Background color, and I'm going to make it background color white. Also, I want to change the text color, because if we do not change the text color, then our font color match with the background color and our text become invisible. So I'm going to set color, font color, I want to make it 222 dark gray, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I hover my cursor on this anchor tag, here you can see the beautiful hover effect. So this is how we create this beautiful menu hover effect. So I hope now it's clear for you how you can build it. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello everyone, once again I am back with a new project related menu hover animation using CSS Transition and Transform properties. And in this project we are going to create this nice menu hover effect. So when I hover my cursor in this menu items, as you can see, at first the color of this link becomes semi-transparent, and after that small text came together and create this glowing effect. So this is what we are going to build today. So let's start the practical and see how we can create it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using LiveServer extension, and I already create an HTML document named index.html. With that, I create style.css file and I link this file with this document. Now inside the body tag, first I'm going to take a section tag, section. Now inside the section tag, I'm going to take unordered list, UL. Then I'm going to take a list item, LI. Next, inside the LI tag, here I'm going to take an anchor tag and I'm going to assign data text attribute, data text. Data text equal to hem type home, and inside it I'm going to type, inside the anchor tag I'm going to type home also. After that I'm going to save this file. After save this file, at the same way I'm going to create another menu items. So I duplicate this line multiple times. This is for about. Also I'm going to change the data text about, and this one is for services. Also we need to make changes in data text, and the last one is for portfolio. Then next I'm going to duplicate this section again, and this one is for contact, and I'm going to save this file. After that, let's jump into the CSS file and start styling. Style.css. First I'm going to import a text. Here I'm going to use popping text from Google Fonts, and I'm going to set this file. After that I'm going to use universal selector star. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to assign margin, and I'm going to use 0. So I'm going to remove margin from all of the direction, and padding also 0. Then box sizing, border box, and font family I'm going to use Poppins, and it's come from sans serif font family. We need to move it inside the double quotes, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how our text look like. Next, I'm going to style this section text. So I'm going to type section. Section inside the curly braces. First, I'm going to define position. Position, and I'm going to make it relative. After that, I'm going to define width and height. Width, here I'm going to assign width 100%. Height, here I'm going to assign height 100 VH. After that, I'm going to assign display, and I'm going to make it flex. Justify content, center. Also align item, center. Basically, it's going to align the items middle of this page, vertically and horizontally. After that, I'm going to make overflow. I'm going to make it hidden. Then, I'm going to set a background color, background. I want to use dark gray background, this color code, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is where we place the element and our background look like that. After that, I'm going to remove the dots from this list items. So I'm going to target the li tag AI, then inside the curly braces, the property I'm going to use list style, and I'm going to make it none. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, as you can see, it removed the list item dots. Then I'm going to target the anchor tag. I'm going to style the anchor tag. Here, first I'm going to define the position. Position, I'm going to make it relative. Then I'm going to make it display block. Display, I'm going to make it block. After that, text decoration, I'm going to make it none, so it's going to remove the underline. Text align, here I'm going to make it center. Also, I'm going to convert this text into uppercase, so I'm going to type text transform uppercase. After that, I'm going to define font size. Here I'm going to use 4EM. Then I'm going to define color, and here I'm going to use white color. So I'm going to use hashtag FFF, fully visible, white. After that, I want to use little bolder font, so I'm going to type font weight 700. Next, transition, I'm going to make it 0.5 second, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how our menu items look like. Now it's look much better. Now, when I hover over this link, I want to make it semi-transparent. So I hover over this link, so I'm going to create the hover selector hover. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to define the color, and here I'm going to use RGBA color, RGBA color. For red, I'm going to use 255. For green also I'm going to use 255. I want to use white color, so I use 255 value for all the colors. And for the alpha value, here I want to use transparent, so I'm going to pass 0.1. It's going to make it transparent, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, when I hover my cursor on this text, you can see the result. Basically, when I hover on it, it's going to reduce the opacity. Now let's work on the small text. When I hover my cursor, I want to appear the small text. I want to appear it above the large text. For that, we need to use before pseudo element. So let's use the before pseudo element. So I will type anchor tag before. Then inside the curly braces, here we need to pass the content. Here we need to use the attribute, and I'm going to pass the data text. Basically, here we retrieve the data text from the data text attribute, which I use in our anchor tag, this one, and it's going to work for each of the link. And now we need to position it exact above the text. For that, I'm going to use position property, and I'm going to make it absolute. After that, for the top value, here I'm going to use 50%. 50%. And from the left, also I'm going to use 50%. Then I'm going to use transform property. Transform. Here I'm going to use translate value. Translate inside the round braces. Here I'm going to pass minus 50% from the x-axis, and from the y-axis minus 50%. Next I'm going to assign a color, and here I'm going to assign kind of greenish color, so I'm going to type hashtag 3BFFA7, this color code, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look like. Now the green text is covering the links, and now I'm going to reduce the font size. So I'm going to type font size. Here I'm going to use 0.4 em, and I'm going to save this file. Then I'm going to add some letter spacing. So here I'm going to type letter spacing. I'm going to pass nearly 40 pixel. I think it's enough for it. Yeah, it's enough for now. Let me show. Now all the characters separate from each other. We have 40 pixel gap between them. And the next property I'm going to use text shadow. Text shadow, here I'm going to use this way. This is the position of this text shadow, and this is the blurriness of this text shadow. And this is the spread value of this text shadow, and this is the color of the shadow, and I'm going to save this file. So this is how it glowing the text. Next I'm going to reduce the font weight. Here I'm going to type font weight. Here I'm going to use 500 value, 500, little lighter font. Next I'm going to use opacity, and here I'm going to set the opacity 0. So by default it's going to hide this text. And then I'm going to use transition property. Transition, I'm going to make it 0.5 second, and I'm going to save this file. Basically here I increase the blur value every time. First I make it 10 pixel, then I make it 30, and last I make it 80. Next, when I hover over this list item, so li:hover, then I want to target the before pseudo element a before, and then again I want to visible the text. So I'm going to set opacity. 1, and also I'm going to reduce the letter spacing. I'm going to make it 6 pixel, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, when I hover my cursor on this text, now you can see the beautiful effect. Now you can see all the letters come together. It reduces the distance between the letters when I hover on it and create a beautiful effect. At first the big text fade away, and then the small text come together. Now the problem is when I hover my cursor on that link, at the same time it fade away and the small text come together. But I don't want that. I want little delay between them. For that we need to jump into the anchor tag, and here we need to use transition delay, and I want 0.5 second delay, and I want to set this file. Also when I hover over on it, then I want transition delay, this time I want 0. Also we need to add transition delay in our before pseudo element. So here I'm going to type transition delay, I'm going to use 0.5 second. Now after set this file, when I hover my cursor on these elements, this is what the result we are going to looking for. Now we create this beautiful mini hover transition effect. I hope now it's clear for you how we can create it. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project.
Hello guys, good to see you back. So finally we are going to learn CSS Animation. you can animate any HTML element using CSS Animation. Let's see an example. As you can see, there is a div element. It's automatically animating without mouse hover. It's convert rectangle to a circle and then it's convert circle to rectangle. So this is the little example of animation. It's work automatically. You don't need any hover effect. So let's see what type of property we have in CSS to create this kind of animation. As you can see, we have total 9 properties related to CSS animation. Our first property name is animation name. Using this property, you can define a name for the animation. Then comes animation duration. Using this property, you can define how long you want to run this animation. Then comes animation delay property. It specifies a delay for the start of an animation. Then comes animation iteration count. It specifies the number of times an animation should be played. And our next property is animation direction. It specified whether an animation should be played forwards, backward, or in alternate cycles. And then comes animation timing function. It specifies the speed curve of the animation. Our next property is animation fill mode. It specifies a style for the element when the animation is not playing. We are going to learn about it in our last tutorials. Our next property is animation play state. It specifies whether the animation is running or paused. And our last property is animation. This is the shorthand property. You can use all these properties value at once using this property. We are going to learn all these properties one by one. Now, to use all these animation properties, you need to create a selector. And the selector name is @keyframes. At first, you need to type @keyframes. And then you need to provide any animation name. Just you need to remember, do not provide any space in this name. You can provide hyphen, you can use underscore or camel case also. But do not provide any space. Then inside the curly braces, you need to provide 2 different keywords, from and to. It's mean from where you want to start the animation. And using 2 keywords, you need to provide the animation endpoint. And inside the curly braces, you can use any CSS property. Suppose you want to change container width. Yes, you can. There is another method that you can use it. You can use percentage for same job. You can replace starting position with 0%. And similarly, you can replace end position with 100%. Both of these statements going to return same result. But here you can use any percentage value between 0 and 100. Suppose you want to change the color at animation starting point, and also you want to change the color at 20%. So you can provide multiple value if you use this method. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how it's works. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And also you can see I already created a HTML document named index.html. And as you can see, there is a div element and the class name is box. And I already styled this div element with 250 pixel, height 200 pixel. And I also aligned this div element middle of this web page. And now I want to animate this div. I want to transform this rectangle into a circle. With that, I also want to change the color without using hover selector. So I'm going to use different CSS animation properties. So at first, I'm going to create keyframe selector @keyframe. After keyframe selector, we need to provide an animation name. For our animation, I'm going to take example. Then inside the curly braces, we need to use 2 keywords, from and to. From, and then I'm going to use to. From starting point, I want to set border radius 0. So I'm going to type border radius property. Border radius 0%. At the end of this animation, I want to change border radius 50%. Border radius 50%. If I save this file, it's not going to run the animation because we need to link this animation name with this box. For this, I'm going to take a property which is animation name. Animation name. And our animation name is example. Using this method, you can use this keyframe multiple times. And you don't need to create this animation over and over again. Now, with animation name Also, we need to declare the animation duration time. So I'm going to call another property, which is animation duration. And for 2 seconds, I want to run this animation. Here you can use second or millisecond value also. So if I save this page, you can see the animation here. But it ran our animation for only one time, and it's take 2 seconds to complete this animation. And now I decide to run this animation for 5 times. For this, we need to use another property, which is animation iteration count. So I'm going to type animation iteration count, and I want to run it 5 times. That's why I pass 5 here. So if I save this file, as you can see, it ran our animation 5 times. 3, 4, and 5. After complete the term, it stopped executing our animation. And if you want to run this animation forever, you need to pass infinite value here. So I'm going to type infinite. If I save this file, as you can see, now it's run our animation forever. I don't want to run this animation forever, so I'm going to pass 3 value here. I want to run it 3 times. Now, as you can see, after complete the animation, it back to the previous position in a one step. When it returned from end value to start value, as you can see, there is no transition. In a single step, it complete the animation. To provide this smoothness, we need to use another property, which is animation direction. So I'm going to type animation direction. And I'm going to use alternate value. If I save this file, now you can see the smoothness when it's back to the normal position. If I run it infinite time, you can see the smoothness. As you can see, when it back to the start position, there is a smoothness. Now, let's talk about animation direction property. Basically, animation direction came with 4 values: normal, reverse, alternate, alternate reverse. Normal is the default value. The animation is played as normal. It works forwards. In the opposite way, reverse works backward. If you use reverse value, the animation is played in reverse direction. Then comes alternate value. If you use alternate value, at first it played forward, then it's played backward. And our last value is alternate reverse. In that case, the animation is played backward first and then forward. You already learned about alternate value. It's moved from start position to end position, then back to the end position to start position. Our next value is reversed. Let me show you. If I use this value and then save this file, as you can see, the animation is starting from circle and then convert to a square. Let's talk about our last value, which is alternate reverse. If I use alternate reverse value and then save this file, as you can see, the animation is played backward first, then forwards. So this is the use case of animation direction property. So for now, I'm going to use alternate value. If I save this file, you already learned about it. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'm going to show you the different methods of keyframes. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Good to see you back, guys. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you the second method to run the animation. In our previous tutorial, we used from and to keyword. But in this tutorial, we are going to use percentage value. So without wasting your time, let's back to the Visual Studio Code editor. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Lifesaver extension. And I open my previous HTML document. As you know, from is our starting position. So I'm going to replace from with 0%. 0%. And you know, to keyword our end position. So I'm going to replace to keyword with 100%. So if I save this file, as you can see, it's worked the same way. And now I want to change the background color at the end position. So I'm going to use background property, background. And our background color is red. If I save this file, as you can see, with shape transformation, it's also changed the color. So as you can see, for this animation, we use total 4 different CSS animation properties: animation name, animation duration, animation iteration count, and animation direction. And now I'm going to show you how can we use shorthand of this animation. I want to say, how can we use this 4 property value in a single line? For this, we need to call other animation property. which is animation. Animation. At first, we need to pass the animation name. As you can see, our animation name is example. So I'm going to copy the name and paste it here. And then we need to pass the animation duration time. As you can see, our animation duration time is 2 seconds. So I'm going to pass 2 seconds. And remember, you need to follow the sequence. And then I'm going to pass iteration count value, which is infinite. And next I'm going to pass animation direction value, which is alternate. So for now, these 4 extra lines are not needed. So I'm going to comment out these lines. And I'm going to save this file. As you can see, it's worked perfectly. It works the same way. And now I'm going to talking about another new property, which is animation delay. For this, I'm going to comment out this line and uncomment these ones. So after duration property, I'm going to type animation delay. And here I'm going to pass 3s, means 3 seconds. You also can take millisecond value. It's mean if I refresh this file, our animation will be start after 3 seconds. Let me show you. So I'm going to save this file. As you can see, after 3 seconds, it start our animation. So this is the use case of delay property. At last, I'm going to use another property, which is animation timing function. But before, I'm going to show you the values related CSS animation timing function. Basically, we have total 6 values: is, linear, is in, is out, is in out, cubic bezier. If you use is value, it specifies an animation with slow start, then fast, then end slowly. This is the default value. And our next value is linear. It specifies an animation with the same speed from start to end. Then comes our third value, which is in. Specify animation with a slow start. In the opposite way, we have another value, is out. Specify an animation with a slow end. Our fifth value is in out. Specify an animation with a slow start and end. And our last value is cubic bezier. You can define your own values in a cubic bezier function. Let me show you the real example how they works. Here you can see the elements with different timing function values: linear, is in, is out, and is in out. As you can see, we use same animation duration time for all of these. But as you can see, they work in different way. Their speed is not same. As you can see, linear maintain the same speed from start to end. And then comes our next value, which is. And as you can see, it start with slow, then fast, and end slowly. And then comes is in. It specify the animation with slow start. And then comes is out. It specify the animation with slow end. And our last value is in out. It specify animation with slow start and slow end. So this is the difference between all timing function values. So let me show you how we can use it practically. So I'm going to call our property name, which is animation timing function. Animation timing function. At first, I'm going to use is value. So I'm going to type is. If I save this file, as you can see, it starts with slow, then fast, and ends slowly. And this is the default value. And I'm going to use our next value, which is linear. So I'm going to type linear. If I save this file, as you can see, it maintains the same speed. You cannot understand the difference in this example. You can understand it properly when we start our exercise and project. And then I'm going to use our another value, which is in. If I save this file, as you can see, it specifies animation with slow start. Our next value is out. So I'm going to type is out. If I save this file, as you can see, it specifies animation with slow end. Our last value is in out. So I'm going to type is in out. If I save this file, as you can see, it specifies the animation with slow start and slow end. And now I'm going to use our last value, which is cubic bezier. So I'm going to type cubic bezier. Here you need to pass total 4 value, not more than 4 value, not less than 4 value. At first, I'm going to take 0.1 value, and then I'm going to take 0.4 value, Next, I'm going to take 1.0 value. Then come 0.1 value. It's going to cover the animation with 4 steps. For our first step, it's going to take 0.1 second. For our second step, it's going to take 0.4 second. And for our third step, it's going to take 1 second. And for our last step, it's going to take 0.1 second once again. So if I save this file, you can see the result. After 3 seconds, you can see the animation pattern. So with this value, you can complete your animation in a 4 step. And also you can use all the steps as a shorthand. For this, you need to use this value in third position. First, you need to pass animation name, then duration time, then timing function, then delay value, then iteration count, and then animation direction. Don't worry about it. We are going to learn all of this when we start our projects. And now I'm going to change color at 50% of animation. I want to say 50% position of animation. 50% inside the curly braces. I want to change the background color. Background blue. If I save this file, as you can see, at the 50% position of animation, it's changed the color. First it convert chocolate color to blue color, then it convert blue color to red color. We can use as much value as we want here. So this is it for this tutorial. In our upcoming tutorial, we are going to learn what is animation fill mode and what is animation placed mode. So don't miss our upcoming video. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn a new property related CSS animation. And our property name is CSS Animation Fill Mode. But now the question is, what is animation fill mode? The animation fill mode property specifies a style for the element when the animation is not playing. We can use it before it starts. Also we can use it after it ends. Otherwise we can use it both the condition. At the same time we can use it before the animation and after the animation. Now let's talk about the values related animation fill mode. This property comes with total 4 values: none, forwards, backwards and both. None is the default value. Animation will not apply any style to the element before or after it is executing. Our next value is forward. The element will retain the style values that is set by the last keyframe. Basically, it depends on animation direction and animation iteration count. Our next value is backwards. The element will get the style values that is set by the first keyframe and retain these during the animation delay period. Otherwise, we can use our last value, which is both. The animation will follow the rules for both forwards and backwards, extending the animation properties in both directions. So we are going to use this 4 fill mode value in this tutorial. So let's start the practical and see how it's works. As you can see, side by side, I opened my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Lifesaver extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. And also you can see a div element in my browser. And I set 150 pixel width and 100 pixel height in this div element. And now I'm going to animate this div element, and also I'm going to put different color to this element. I'm going to increase the width of this element. And as you can see, I already created the keyframe for this animation. And our keyframe name is example. So inside the curly braces, I'm going to type. So at first, I'm going to take 0%. Inside the curly braces, at first, I'm going to change the background color. Background. And I'm going to put yellow color. And also I'm going to increase the item width. So I'm going to type width. Width. As you can see, our previous width is 150 pixel. And now I'm going to put 200 pixel. And also I'm going to duplicate this line 3 times. 0%. Then come 50%. At last 100%. In 50% of animation, I'm going to increase the width to 50 pixel. And also I'm going to change the background color. Background color red. And in 100% I'm going to set item width 300 pixel. And also I'm going to change the color. This time I'm going to use blue color. So basically we create a simple animation keyframe. So let's use this keyframe in this box. For this, first I'm going to take animation property. animation. Our animation name is example. Then we need to pass animation duration time. And I want to complete this animation in 2 seconds. And next, I'm going to pass animation delay value. And I want to delay this animation for 3 seconds. So, if I save this file, as you can see, after 3 seconds, it run our animation. And after complete the animation, it's back to its initial position. And now I'm going to use animation fill mode property. We can use it after duration value, otherwise we can call the property name. So I'm going to call the property name animation fill mode. As you know, this property came with 4 values. So at first I'm going to use backward value. Backwards. If we use backward, it's directly jump into the 0% of this animation. Let me increase the animation delay time. I'm going to use 5 seconds for this example. If I save this file, as you can see, it already jumped into the 0%. It starts from the 0%, then come 50%, then come 100%. And after complete the animation, it's back to the normal position. Let me show you once again. If I save this file, it starts the animation from the 0% and then delay for 5 seconds and then executing our animation. As you know, if we use backward value, the element will get the style values that is set by the first keyframe and retain this during the animation delay period. Let's jump into our next value, which is forwards. So I'm going to type forward here. If we use this value, it simply run our animation. But at the end, it's not back to the initial state. Let me show you. If I save this file, as you can see, after 5 seconds, it's going to run our animation. And also you can see, it do not back to the initial state. As you know, the element will retain the style values that is set by the last keyframe. And as you can see, our last keyframe is 100% and its background color is blue. And in that position, we set item with 300 pixels. Let's jump into our next value, which is both. If I use this value, both, it's going to start our animation from 0%. And after complete the animation, it's stuck on the 100% position. So, if I set this file, as you can see, it starts from the 0%. Then after 5 second delay, it starts our animation. And as you can see, after complete the animation, it is not back to the initial state of this element. If we use this value, it will follow the rule for both forwards and backwards. So this is the use case of both property. Now let's talk about our last value, which is none. So I'm going to type none here. If I save this file, as you can see, nothing going to happen here. After 5 seconds, simply it's run our animation. So this is the use case of none value. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope you like this tutorial. Now it's clear for you what is animation fill mode. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn a new property related CSS animation. And our property name is animation play state mode. Now the question is, what is animation play state? The animation play state property specify whether the animation is running or paused. You can run your animation, otherwise you can pause your animation with this property. Basically, this property comes with 2 values, pause and running. If you use the pause value, it is specified that the animation is paused. And running is the default value of this animation. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and try to understand what is animation play state. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using LiveServer extension. And I open my previous HTML document. Now, I want to stop my animation when I hover my cursor on this div element. For that, we need to use animation play state property. As you can see, we delay our animation for 5 seconds. If I save this file, you can see after 5 seconds, it runs our animation. And now I want to stop this animation while it's running. To stop the animation, I'm going to hover my cursor. So at first, I'm going to create a hover selector for this box. So I'm going to type dot box hover. Inside the curly braces, I'm going to use our property animation place state. At first, I'm going to use pause value. So I'm going to type pause here. If I save this file, as you can see, after 5 seconds, it's going to run our animation. But I'm going to hover my cursor on this element. As you can see, it stopped our animation. It do not execute the animation completely. And if I remove my cursor, as you can see, it complete the animation. Let me show you the example once again. But before, I'm going to reduce the delay time. 1 second. If I save this file, as you can see, after 1 second, it ran our animation. But when I hover my cursor on this element, it stopped the animation. But now I'm going to remove the cursor from this element. As you can see, now it's complete the animation. Then back to the normal state of this element. But now I want to run this animation when I hover my cursor on this element. For this, I'm going to copy this property and paste it here. By default, I want to pause this animation. But when I hover my cursor on this element, I want to run this animation. So in our hover selector, I'm going to type animation place state running. If I save this file, as you can see, after 1 second, the animation is not running. But if I hover my cursor on this element, as you can see, after 1 second, it ran our animation. So this is the use case of animation place state property. I hope now it's clear for you how it's work. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial.
Hello everyone, once again I am back with a new project related CSS animation. And today in this project we are going to build this beautiful loading animation using rotate X and rotate Y value in 3D environment. So let's see how we can build this animation. As you can see, first it rotates the animation at Y-axis 180 degree, then it going to rotate the animation X-axis and Y-axis 180 degree. So let's see how we can build it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already create an HTML document named index.html. With that, I already create style.css file and I link this style.css file with this document. At first, inside this body tag, I'm going to take a div tag, div, and I'm going to assign a class, and our class name is loading. Then I will jump into the style.css file, and first I'm going to style the body section. Body, then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to assign height. Height, I'm going to assign 100 viewport for height, and then I'm going to use display property. Display flex. Display flex, then I'm going to use property called justify content. Justify content center, because I want to place the element center of this page. Then I'm going to use align item. Align items center. After that, I'm going to use background color. Background color. And I want to use dark gray background. So I use this color code #222 and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, this is how it's look like. Now let's target the element using its class name. So I'm going to type dot loading. Loading inside the curly braces. Here I'm going to use the property called width. Width 100 pixel. Then I'm going to use height property. Height also 100 pixel, and background color, and I'm going to use background color white. After that, I'm going to assign little border radius. Border radius, I want 12 pixel border radius from each of the corner. Now after set this file, you can see the result. 12 pixel border radius provide beautiful, nice rounded border. Now let's work on the animation keyframe. So I'm going to type @keyframes, and our animation name is, for example, loading. Then inside this keyframe, I'm going to add the first stage 0%. At 0% position, 0% at 0% of time. Inside the curly braces, here I'm going to use transform property. Transform and transform rotate X 0 dg. This come rotate Y. Rotate Y. Also I'm going to pass 0 DEG. It's going to start the animation from its original position. Then I'm going to jump into the second stage of animation. So I duplicate this line, and at 50% of time, I want to rotate this animation at x-axis 0 degree, but I want to rotate this animation y-axis 180 degree, 18 DEG. So at the 50% of animation duration, it's going to rotate this element at y-axis 180 degree. Then at final stage, at 100% of animation, let me show you, at 100% of duration, I want to rotate this element at x-axis 180 degree. Also, I want to rotate the same element at y-axis 180 degree. And I'm going to set this file. And then I'm going to call this animation in my selection. So I'm going to type animation. First, I'm going to provide the animation name, which is loading. Then I'm going to provide the animation duration, which is 2 seconds, 2s. Next, we need to provide the animation timing function, which is linear. And finally, we need to pass animation iteration count. I want to run this animation for infinite time, so I'm going to pass infinite. And as you can notice, here we work with rotate x value and rotate y value, these two functions, and it's work on 3D environment. That's why we need to use perspective on it to understand it better. So I'm going to jump into the body section, and here I'm going to add perspective, and I'm going to set perspective 200 pixel. Now, after set this file and reload my browser, this is how our animation look like. This is how it rotate the element. First, it's going to rotate the element at y-axis 180 degree. Then it's going to rotate the element x-axis 180 degree, also y-axis 180 degree. That's why it creates this beautiful loading effect. I hope now it's clear for you how we can build it. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello everyone, in this lesson we are going to create this beautiful nice infinite animation. As you can see, we have a car and a motorbike riding on this road. The idea behind in this example is very simple. We have a background image which is this road, and we have total 2 images, one for the car and another for the motorbike. And the car and the motorbike images is not moving, just we move the background from left side to right side, and it gives us this beautiful driving effect. So let's see how we can build this animation. So as you can see, finally I am in my Visual Studio Code editor, and I already created an HTML document, index.html. With that, I already created the style.css file. And as you can see, in my current working directory, we have multiple images. We have image of background image. This is our main background image. And I join this background image multiple times and create a new background image. And here I join this background image multiple times and extend the width of this image, so we can run our vehicles at that road. So let's jump into the another image, which is car image. I'm going to use this car PNG image. Also, I have another vehicle, which is this motorbike. I'm going to add the motorbike and the car image on this road, and we are going to move the background image only. So let's back to the index.html file. At first, inside my body tag, I'm going to create a div tag, div dot, and I'm going to assign a class background. Then inside this div tag, I'm going to take total 2 image, img image, and as a source, I'm going to pass car image, car, and also I'm going to assign a class, and our class name is car. Then I duplicate this line, and here I'm going to add the motorbike image, motorbike, and it's a motorbike. Then I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I show you my browser, and I already opened my browser using my live server. So if I show you my browser, this is how it's look like. Now in our background div element, we need to add the background image. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to jump into the style.css file. And I'm going to start our styling. At first, I'm going to select the body tag, body, and inside the curly braces, the first property I'm going to use margin 0. Then the second property I'm going to use padding padding also 0, and I'm going to set this file. After that, I'm going to work on the background. I'm going to work on the background div element, so I'm going to copy its class name background and back to the style.css file, and I'm going to select this background div using its class name. Then I'm going to assign height, and here I'm going to assign 100 viewport height. Then I'm going to assign background, and here I'm going to use URL, and inside it I'm going to pass the background image. Which background image? This background image, this long background image. So here I'm going to type background3 bg3.jpg. Then we need to position this background position, and I want to position it from the bottom left, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, let's back to the browser. This is how our background look like. And now we need to place this motorbike and the car right position. For that, we need to style the car. At first, I'm going to style the car. I'm going to use its class name. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to define the position. I'm going to make it absolute. Then I'm going to define from the left, I want to place it 300 pixel. From the bottom, I want to place it 250 pixel. And also I'm going to define width of this car. Here I'm going to define width of this car image, and I'm going to set 500 pixel. At the same way, I'm going to position the motorbike. For that, I'm going to use its class name. So I copy the class name and back to the style.css file, and I'm going to select the motorbike image. Then inside the curly braces, first we need to define the position, which is absolute position. Here we use absolute position because we are not going to move a car and motorbike image. That's why we use absolute position. And from the left, I want to place it 1100 pixel. And from the bottom, I want to place it 360 pixel. Also, I'm going to define the width of this image. I'm going to make it 250 pixel. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I back to my browser, this is how it's look like. I think I need to adjust this car image a little bit. So let's back to the code again. And from the bottom, I'm going to make it 250, not 150. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I back to my browser again, this is how it's look like. Now we place our car and the motorbike at right position. And now we need to run the animation. We need to run the bottom left to bottom right. I want to say we need to move this background from bottom left to bottom right position. And it's going to give us this beautiful animation effect. Let me show you how. So as you can see, here we define the position, background position bottom left. So in our animation, we need to move it bottom right. So let's define a keyframe. So I'm going to type @keyframes, and our keyframe name is driving. And inside the curly braces, I'm going to use from keyword. From inside this curly braces, I want to change the background position only. Background position, and we are going to start from the initial position. So I'm going to use the same value bottom left. So copy this value and I'm going to paste it here. And then I duplicate this line and I want to move up to, so I'm going to use 2 keyword, and this time I want to move up to bottom right corner. Bottom right. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, we need to call this animation in our selection. So in our background, I want to run this animation. So I'm going to use the animation property, animation, and our animation name is driving. Then we need to provide the animation duration, which is 10 seconds. Then we need to provide the animation direction, which is linear. And also we need to provide the animation time. How many times we want to run this animation? And I want to run this animation for infinite time. So I'm going to use infinite. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I back to my browser, as you can see, it run my animation. This is how we can run any driving animation. We need to just move the background, and we don't need to move our objects such as car or otherwise motorbike. Just we need to move the background from another side to another side. Here we just move this background from to left side to right side, and it's give us this beautiful driving effect. So I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project.